Today, we are launching Mission Innovation 2.0. We will spearhead a global decade of innovation to catalyze clean energy solutions that are affordable, attractive, accessible options for all. Today, we are launching the first Mission Innovation missions. They will demonstrate commercially viable zero-emissions ships, make clean hydrogen cost-competitive for end users, and catalyze power systems with 100% renewables. Mission Innovation's bold goals show our faith in global cooperation and in the innovative spirit and determination of governments, businesses, and citizens to catalyze clean energy for all. Join us. The decade of innovation starts today.
Friends, pioneers, investors, and diplomats around the world, it is my honor to welcome you to Mission Innovation's Innovating to Net Zero Summit. Today is going to be a great day. I'm so excited you can join us for the most important clean energy innovation event of the year, hosted by the government of Chile. First, I should introduce myself as one of your two co-hosts for the day. My name is Claire Healy, and I live in Washington, D.C. Let me tell you why I'm here. I was at the first Mission Innovation Ministerial and the launch of Mission Innovation 1.0. So I am thrilled to be with you today for the launch of Mission Innovation 2.0. My day job is climate diplomacy, which in essence means getting countries to cooperate to deliver a safe climate for all. And the for all is really important to me. We cannot deliver on the Paris Agreement without the work of Mission Innovation. I have to ground myself in the science and what the science says is necessary, which is to halve global emissions in a decade. Just pause and reflect on that for a moment. That is a mammoth task. And while it's really encouraging to see so many countries and communities and companies committing to net zero emission trajectories and robust 2030 targets on the way there, the truth is nobody really knows how to do that and take people with us on that journey. And that is where you come in. And that is where Mission Innovation 2.0 comes in, because we have to do a better job of coordinating and collaborating on our research and development, demonstration of new technologies, and yes, deployment of existing solutions. Mission Innovation is a space for that cooperation and a forum for that conversation and collaboration, governments to governments, with private sector and pioneers and investors, all of us. So we have an action-packed agenda today, but today is not just about today, even though it's going to be a fun and interactive session. Today is about the next decade and how we all work together to deliver on all these goals and make the targets that we've set a reality out here in the real world. So with me on this journey today is my co-host, and I'm delighted to introduce Claudio Seebach. Claudio.
Thank you, Claire. My name is Claudio Seebach, and I head the Power Producers Association of Chile, and I live here in Santiago. Let me also tell you why I am here. I'm absolutely convinced that through innovation and collaboration, we have the unique chance in tackling climate change, and at the same time creating a better, fairer, and more sustainable future in social, environmental, and economic terms for our children. Well, it's such a shame not to have you here in our country, but in the spirit of the summit, we have taken a very innovative approach to this event by creating a specially made platform, which you're now on, which is broadcasting live around the world now, but also includes an expo, on-demand content, and the ability to network with other participants. You can get in touch with us and follow us along using the hashtag SEM12MI6 or hashtag NetZeroSummit and connect at MI Clean Energy RD. As Claire mentioned, we have an extravaganza of program for today. We've assembled some of the most innovative and inspirational leaders on clean energy from around the world to help us, including President Piñera of Chile, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, COP26 President Alok Sharma, Secretary John Kerry, 23 ministers, heads of collaborating organizations and global businesses leaders to launch 4 new international initiatives. It's going to be a big day. But before we move on to the exciting and ambitious launches of the initiatives, as well as hearing renewed pledges of commitment and bold statements of action from all our members, let's turn to the main event. It's my honor to introduce the President of the Republic of Chile, Sebastián Piñera, to officially open the summit and launch Mission Innovation 2.0.
Dear friends, it is my pleasure as President of Chile to welcome you all to the Innovating to Net Zero Summit. 5 years ago, world leaders came together to launch Mission Innovation, and we made a bold commitment to accelerate clean energy technologies, recognizing its importance for the future of our societies, our economies, our industries, our people, our planet, and our lives. We made enormous progress and have come a long way since then. Globally, we are now investing more than ever before in clean energy innovation. I am proud of what we have achieved in Chile. We have steadily invested in our vast renewable energy potential, pioneering and developing technologies that are specifically designed to take advantage of the world's best solar radiation in the Atacama Desert and the huge power of our wind in the southern part of the country to deliver clean energy to our citizens. In line with this, we created Chile's new Institute of Clean Technologies, a hub for innovation and entrepreneurship, which will focus on research and development of solar energy, lithium, and other advanced materials needed for battery storage and green hydrogen production. But we know that this is not enough. The climate science has spoken loud and clear, and is saying that we need to halve our emissions by 2030 and reach net zero emissions before 2050. Our citizens urge us to achieve this goal as a moral imperative. However, we do not yet have all the technologies we need, not at an affordable cost, to achieve net zero. Therefore, innovating to net zero needs to start in earnest, and it needs to start now, right now. Today we are moving forward by launching Mission Innovation 2.0. Governments around the world are joining forces to deliver a decade of innovation that will foster action and investment in research, development, and results to make clean energy affordable, attractive, and accessible to all. We are setting bold innovation goals that can unlock net zero transitions. And in doing so, we will transform how we make, use, and move energy, creating huge economic opportunity that will result in new investments, new jobs, new opportunities, and a cleaner, safer, and better planet for future generations. I am delighted to announce as well that Chile is taking the lead in an international innovation mission to make clean hydrogen cost competitive. Chile has set the goal of producing the cheapest, most efficient, and cleaner hydrogen in the world by 2030. We will take this opportunity to work with like-minded partners to turn this vision into a reality. I am confident that through the ingenuity and passion of our scientists, innovators, and businessmen, Alongside with the commitment and support of governments, we will reach these ambitious goals. I call on all of you to join us. Let's make this the decade of action, the decade of innovation, the decade of hope. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Presidente Piñera. I'm sure we are all very excited about the announcement of Mission Innovation 2.0, with governments from around the world launching a decade of innovation to make clean energy affordable, attractive, and accessible to all. I had the honor to work directly with President Piñera in his first term, and I can tell you that he's genuinely and personally committed to this mission. That has been evident from the role Chile played as host of COP25, our commitment to carbon neutrality by 2050, the phase out of coal-fired power generation by 2040, being one of the most attractive countries to invest in renewables, and the commitment, as we just heard, to become a world leader in clean hydrogen. Climate action has brought political support in Chile, and as a country, we've shown real leadership on climate action and clean energy innovation.
Talking of leadership, Claudio, our next speaker, I think, has shown real leadership in the fight against climate change. And I don't use that word lightly. He's often gone out on a limb to argue for the phase out of very harmful fossil fuels. Our next speaker to help us with the launch, the official launch of Mission Innovation 2.0, is Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres.
Excellencies, dear friends, I thank the government of Chile for hosting the 6th Mission Innovation Ministerial and for launching Mission Innovation 2.0. Mission Innovation plays a crucial role in accelerating solutions to address climate disruption. We agree on our common goal, cut global emissions by 45% by 2030 from 2010 levels, and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. To do that, we must act fast. First, by building a global coalition for net zero emissions by mid-century. Every country, every city, and every industry must come on board. Second, all countries, starting with major emitters, should submit more ambitious nationally determined contributions for mitigation, adaptation, and finance. Third, these plans need to be backed with concrete actions and policies for the next 10 years that are aligned with net zero emissions by 2050. The energy sector is at the heart of these. Phasing out coal is the single most important step to get in line with the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. I commend the commitment of the G7 to phase out domestic and international coal finance. We must now see the G20 follow suit. This decade might also be when renewable energy overtakes fossil fuels. Countries must shift fossil fuel subsidies to renewable energy. Net zero emissions electricity systems must be the norm in advanced economies by 2035 and globally by 2040. The technology and the economics are on our side, but we need financing to bring it to scale. In addition, every hard-to-abate sector, including steel, cement, shipping, aviation, land transport, and buildings, must have an action plan for net zero by 2050 with robust intermediate goals. If the shipping sector were a country, it would be the world's 6th largest greenhouse gas emitter. Today's launch of the shipping mission for net zero innovation can help us to change course. Zero emissions ships must become the competitive choice by 2030, and we need credible market-based measures to get there. In sectors such as steel and cement, we urgently need demonstration projects and global procurement targets for 2030 pledged by governments. Here I commend India and Sweden for their work with the Leadership Group for Industry Transition. As we strive for net zero emissions, we need all hands on deck. The direction of travel is clear. With less than 6 months to COP26, I welcome the commitments from governments and the private sector today. I wish you a productive meeting, and I thank you.
For not only your leadership on climate change, but your inspiring words, and move from making climate commitments to really taking climate action. The new innovation missions being launched today on shipping, power, and hydrogen will be essential to that, setting bold goals and bringing together public and private commitments to achieve that. Make sure you stay tuned for the launches later in the program. It is now my honor to introduce, in his newly appointed role, Secretary John Kerry, the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, who, in the short time he has been in office, has already articulated bold leadership. We're thrilled to welcome Secretary Kerry to give a keynote speech on the importance of the mission we've just announced to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement.
Hi, I'm delighted to be with you for the 6th Mission Innovation and 12th Clean Energy Ministerial. Thank you to Chile, our host. I want to recognize Chile's leadership on climate, clean energy, innovative technologies, and as current president of the COP during this critical year, Chile's work in driving progress as we head towards the critical meeting in November in Glasgow, including the unenviable but necessary work of organizing and hosting these ministerial meetings virtually during the pandemic. Mission Innovation and the Clean Energy Ministerial are both essential venues for speeding clean energy transitions around the world and for raising climate ambition. That is why it's great that these meetings are being held together, even if we can't gather in person. As President Biden announced at the Leaders Summit on Climate, the United States is stepping up to reinvigorate our engagement on international clean energy collaboration. And we look forward to hosting next year's meetings. Today, it's great to be here with you as we launch Mission Innovation 2.0. I remember launching the first phase of Mission Innovation 6 years ago at the Paris Climate Summit. The Obama-Biden administration spearheaded Mission Innovation to accelerate global clean energy R&D and to provide greater investment and collaboration. And President Biden has underscored our continuing support. The United States is very pleased to co-lead the new Mission Innovation shipping mission with Denmark, to join the hydrogen mission and launch a technology mission on CO2 removal at COP26 in Glasgow. I also welcome the new commitments by all Mission Innovation members to develop national innovation pathways, plans for supercharging their public and private investments in clean energy technology innovation so that we get on a trajectory for net zero emissions by 2050. This new phase of Mission Innovation is an essential step forward. The most critical innovation needs are outside the power sector. They're in industry, shipping, aviation, and trucking, where clean alternatives currently cost much more than today's dirty energy options. So we need to address the innovation needs for net zero emissions across all of these sectors. The launch of Mission Innovation 2.0, alongside the launch of CEM 3.0, will make it possible for the world to coordinate the development and deployment of the clean energy technologies we need for a swift net zero transition. So as we launch Mission Innovation 2.0 and CEM 3.0, what should we really be focusing on? All of us here recognize the need to hold the Earth's warming to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius if we want to avoid the most catastrophic effects of the climate crisis. And we know that this decade is decisive. What the world collectively achieves before 2030 will determine whether we will be successful in reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050 and in limiting the rise in the Earth's temperatures to the 1.5 degrees centigrade. With the energy sector representing 3/4 of greenhouse gas emissions, we know that we have to speed up the global clean energy transition, and I mean really speed it up. As the recent IEA report mapping out a net zero transition by 2050 points out, we are not in a good place. Emissions are way too high, and this year, they're actually rising at the second fastest rate in history. So if we're to successfully combat the existential threat the climate crisis poses, and if we're going to seize the clean energy opportunity ahead of us, we must accomplish 3 critical things in the decade ahead. First, it's critical that we immediately ramp down our dependence on fossil fuels. This means no new unabated coal-fired power generation and accelerating the retirement of the existing global coal fleet. And as the IEA points out, We need to get on track to net zero, and that will require making no new investments in fossil fuel supply, including oil and gas wells and coal mines, beyond what's already underway in 2021. Unless we decisively cut unabated fossil fuel this decade, we are looking at catastrophic consequences. Even as we cut fossil fuel use, we're going to need to ramp up deployment of existing technologies. We're in a good starting position with those technologies. Renewable energy from solar and wind is cheaper than fossil-fueled electricity in most parts of the world. And batteries to store power and stabilize grids have fallen in cost by 90% over the last decade. And electric vehicles are increasingly cost competitive with petroleum-fueled cars. But as the IEA has pointed out, getting on a legitimate net zero by 2050 track will require much faster technology deployment, starting now. We need to quadruple the rate of deployment of renewable energy, surpassing 1,000 gigawatts every year by 2030. For solar power, that means we need to be installing capacity equivalent to the world's current largest solar farm roughly every single day. We'll need 60% of all new car sales by 2030 to be electric, and we'll need to triple the rate of improvements in energy efficiency. That's just the reality of what we need, but my friends, it is all possible. I want to emphasize this. We have nearly all the technology we need to slash emissions by 2030. What we need to do is supercharge the deployment of clean energy technologies that already exist in commercial markets today. We can reach our 2030 emission targets largely with technologies that are already on the market. But for our 2050 goals, roughly half the emissions reductions we need must come from technologies that are not yet ready for market if we indeed want to reach net zero by 2050. That's where the third critical priority this decade comes in. We need to make major investments to develop, demonstrate, and scale up innovative clean technologies in order to enable a swift and affordable net zero transition. We will need a range of advances to make this possible, spanning energy storage, zero carbon fuels such as hydrogen, carbon dioxide removal, next generation renewable and nuclear power, clean industrial processes, smart grids, energy systems, and more. Unfortunately, the IEA warns that 40 out of 46 clean energy technologies are not on track. This means that it's absolutely critical to use this decade to invest in emerging technologies. Right now, governments around the world are on track to invest some $25 billion in scaling up promising technologies. But that too is not enough. We need $90 billion additional dollars by 2030. We also need significant investments in the research and development in the next generation of clean technologies. By 2030, we need to ramp up clean hydrogen production, one of the technologies not yet ready for market, and we need to ramp it up by more than 15 times current levels in order to pave the way for an even more massive scale-up in clean industrial processes and in clean fuel production by 2050. Without that investment, we won't be able to slash emissions from the hard-to-abate sectors, spanning major industrial processes, from steel to cement to chemicals, as well as long-distance transportation. So if we don't have demonstrated technologies at scale for those sectors by 2030, we won't be able to reach our 2050 goals, barring some unforeseen discovery. My friends, we literally cannot afford to wait. The good news is the clean energy transition is perhaps the greatest economic opportunity we've seen since the Industrial Revolution. It's not a hardship. Developing and deploying clean energy technologies represents an incredible economic opportunity, perhaps the greatest market transformation since the Industrial Revolution. Private investors are actually beginning to recognize this. 2020 set records for venture capital investment in emerging clean technologies, as well as global investment in clean energy deployment around the world. Entire new energy industries are going to emerge, industries to supply hydrogen to hundreds of industrial plants around the world, to produce clean synthetic fuels for ships and planes, to churn out advanced electric vehicles, to orchestrate zero carbon power systems. These industries will sell to multi-trillion-dollar markets. As an example of the opportunity, the world will need to build 20 gigafactories a year, every year through 2030, to churn out advanced batteries. And as governments, we need to invest in these industries and incentivize investment from our companies to mobilize the $4 trillion in annual global clean energy investment that we'll need by 2030 to reach net zero emissions by 2050. We'll need to develop and demonstrate new technologies at scale and create the early markets for those technologies to flourish commercially, such as by guaranteeing public procurement of goods produced through innovative zero-carbon industrial processes. As we emerge from this pandemic and seek to build back better, the countries and firms that seize the opportunities I've described, that seize the opportunity to build the industries of the future, those are going to be the ones that capture lucrative shares of growing and emerging markets, and they will generate economic prosperity and good-paying jobs. That's why in the United States, President Biden has committed to a carbon-free power sector by 2035 and to net zero emissions by 2050. And that's why American Jobs Plan is going to invest in clean energy technologies and supercharge U.S. manufacturing in sectors like advanced batteries, electric vehicles, because the clean energy transition is not a sacrifice, it's an economic opportunity. And the United States is committed to accelerating clean energy innovation to make net zero transitions cheaper and faster all around the world, not just in the United States. We recognize that raising our innovation ambition makes it possible for the world to raise its climate ambition. So President Biden has called for quadrupling U.S. funding for clean energy research, development, and demonstration over 4 years. This investment will develop the technologies that can be used all over the world. International collaboration will be critical to speed clean energy innovation and deployment. And the United States recognizes that we have an important role to play, even if we haven't been leading over the past 4 years. That's why President Biden hosted the Leaders Summit on Climate earlier this year, to re-galvanize American leadership on climate in gathering the leaders of the world's largest economies and largest emitters to figure out how exactly we're going to get this done. And that's why we're hosting next year's ministerial, and we'll continue to work through CEM 3.0 and Mission Innovation 2.0 in order to speed the transition to a net zero global carbon economy. But we also know that we can't do this alone. The need is just simply too great for any one country to fill. We have to work together, my friends, and that's how we're going to get it done. So let's get to work.
You heard it. We can't do it alone, and it's time to get to work. It feels good to have the United States back in action, doesn't it? I particularly love Secretary Kerry's sense of purpose and the pursuit of these goals, and how he set priorities and talked about this being the agenda for future prosperity and the sense of possibility. I can't wait for the US to host the ministerial next year, and look forward to gathering in person. Hopefully, we'll all be able to do that next year. But the truth is, the real work takes place between these summits and ministerial meetings. Mission Innovation brings together members that are responsible for 90% of the global investment in clean energy innovation, about $25 billion annually at the moment. Secretary Kerry talked about the need to scale that up, but we also need to talk about how we share the solutions that are pioneered so that all countries in the world can benefit from the clean energy technologies and accelerate their clean energy transition. We can't solve the climate crisis unless that becomes manifest. Our next speaker will be saying more about that. It's my pleasure to welcome the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework on the Convention of Climate Change, Patricia Espinosa.
Greetings from Bonn. I am very glad to be part of this momentous event. Mission Innovation is a remarkable initiative that focuses on one of the most important challenges in the fight against climate change: the need for new, affordable, and accessible technologies to generate clean energy. This is essential if we are to avoid the worst effects of climate change. Roughly 3/4 of greenhouse gas emissions come from energy use. In industry and transport, in residential and commercial buildings, in almost every area of human activity, we continue to depend on technologies that contribute to global carbon emissions. There is no single or simple way to reduce emissions, but one thing is clear: we must change the way we address our basic energy needs. That is why Mission Innovation is so important. For 5 years, its founding countries have worked to accelerate clean energy innovation to address climate change while fostering a prosperous and sustainable economy. They have committed to devote more financial resources and to work together, acknowledging that this global challenge can only be met through investment and collaboration. I welcome the second phase of this initiative that seeks to mobilize and connect global research, design, and development to support the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Your commitment is timely. The next 10 years will be decisive in the fight against climate change. This will be a make or break decade in our efforts towards the common goal of net zero emissions by 2050. By making clean energy affordable, practical, and accessible to all, the role of innovation will be decisive. I sincerely congratulate all countries and organizations involved in this admirable international initiative that moves the world closer to a cleaner, greener, and truly sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Espinosa. Our next guest needs no introduction. He was there at the launch of Mission Innovation 5 years ago, and he has been active ever since with his breakthrough energy ventures. He's here to talk about the imperative of cooperation between the public and private sector, and perhaps introduce his new book on the shelves at the moment. Please welcome Bill Gates.
It is great to join you to help celebrate the launch of Mission Innovation 2.0. Getting from 51 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions to zero while still meeting everyone's needs for energy is one of the hardest challenges humankind has ever faced. Hard problems call for bold solutions, and that's why I'm proud to have worked with leaders from around the world to launch Mission Innovation and Breakthrough Energy at COP21. Together, we've demonstrated the critical connection between the private and public sector and the work they must do to create the new technology the world will need to avoid a climate disaster and ensure that they are affordable and accessible to everyone. Since 2015, Mission Innovation has helped governments, businesses, investors, and scientists come together to understand how to invest early to invent new climate solutions while setting a course for how to deploy them at scale. Now is the chance to take that work to the next level. As countries develop economic recovery plans and plans for reducing emissions, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build on the promise we created together when we formed Mission Innovation. We must continue the global drive to deliver more government resources to early innovation while connecting those innovations to early investors willing to take the risk to develop those ideas into companies. But we also need to take the next step to engage even more stakeholders to create the market infrastructure for those technologies to get out to countries around the world as quickly as possible. That's what Mission Innovation 2.0 is all about. It will play a critical role in discovering how to invent technology the world needs to eliminate the hardest to abate emissions. It will help connect the private and public sectors to begin to commercialize those technologies, and it will do that in a way that ensures every country on the planet can afford to choose the green alternative over the fossil fuel incumbent. This progress will come with new ways to think of partnerships between the public and private sector. And Mission Innovation 2.0 is already delivering on that promise. Today, Breakthrough Energy was excited to announce that we'll be working closely with the European Commission on building the Catalyst program, a first-of-its-kind innovative finance vehicle designed to rapidly commercialize critical climate-smart technologies. And we look forward to working with all the Mission Innovation countries on these exciting new initiatives. I'm an optimist. I believe we will avoid a climate disaster. One reason I believe this is because there are partners like Mission Innovation and its members who know what's at stake and are answering the call. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. I must say I'm also an optimist, and we will be able to avoid a climate disaster. And we, of course, welcome this exciting new partnership. As Claire mentioned, your continued championing of Mission Innovation from its creation until now has been crucial to its success. And as you rightly point out, public sector support for entrepreneurs and innovators will play a vital role in accelerating the clean energy technology we need. Our next speaker has spent the last 2 years as COP25 champion, the longest serving champion ever due to the pandemic. But he has been nevertheless tirelessly building bridges between the public and private sector to enhance collaboration on climate change. It is my pleasure to introduce my friend, inspiring leader and fellow Chilean, the high-level champion of COP25, Gonzalo Muñoz.
The second launch of Mission Innovation is an historic occasion of continued collaboration to limit temperature increases to below 1.5 degrees. It complements the immense momentum for change building in businesses and civil society, both of which are ready to work with governments to deliver on the climate action pathways developed by the UN Marrakesh Partnership for every sector. Mission Innovation can help to deliver the solutions required as part of deep system innovation in this critical decade. The COP high-level champions for global climate action and the non-state actors supported it through the Race to Zero campaign and stand ready to help put this innovation into practice.
Thank you, Gonzalo. The race to breakthrough that you and COP26 champion Nigel Toppings have been spearheading with non-state actors have been important to the MI missions that will be launched today, and we will look forward to seeing even more strengthening cooperation. Private sector efforts will be essential to accelerate innovation, and their involvement alongside with states and will be key elements of Mission Innovation 2.0. I'm therefore delighted that we have Michel Azalbert, CEO of the ENGIE Renewable Hydrogen Unit, with us today. ENGIE is a key player in energy in Chile and has taken important steps as part of its decarbonization plan, recently announcing its total exit from coal by 2025, as well as a massive renewable energy development plan totaling 2,000 megawatts in the coming years. Also committed to developing green hydrogen for our mining and logistics industry. With that, I welcome Michel Azalbert, CEO of the Renewable Hydrogen Business Unit at ENGIE.
Good morning. My name is Michel Azalbert. I am the CEO of the Hydrogen Business Unit at ENGIE. Thank you for having me here at Mission Innovation 2.0, and thank you to Chile for hosting this very important event. Mission Innovation is an excellent platform for the private and public sectors to strengthen cooperation in our common path to net zero. Today we are witnessing a real momentum where governments worldwide manifest a strong commitment and support to the development of clean energy solutions. Energy majors are rallying behind the energy transition by setting net zero targets that are more ambitious than ever. As recently announced, ENGIE aims to accelerate in renewable and is committed to net zero carbon by 2045. And for example, in Chile, ENGIE has announced plans to develop 2 gigawatts of renewable energy projects, up from the 1 gigawatt of project that it has proposed in 2019. To achieve this goal, innovation and getting technologies to the next level are critical. For renewable hydrogen, one of the most important vectors of the energy transition, today's main challenge is bridging the competitiveness gap with grey hydrogen. At ENGIE, we are targeting green hydrogen production of 4 gigawatts by 2030. So today we work closely with technology suppliers to co-create and design innovative solutions. This is concrete now, as we have already more than 30 green hydrogen projects in 10 countries in the world. Our goal is to think big, because scale matters, and to act fast to drive costs down quickly. So let's join forces, public and private together, to be able to deliver this decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We'll be hearing more about hydrogen in just a moment for the launch of our first mission. But for our final welcome remarks and supportive comments, please welcome Oluwadabira from Nigeria.
My name is Oluwadabira Abiola Awe, a Nigerian engineer and an associate at Student Energy. I come from Africa, home to a fifth of the world's population, but yet accounts for less than 4% of the global electricity use. Only about 50% of sub-Saharan Africa have access to electricity. Despite this, I have remained positive of my ability to make an impact. This is why in the past few years, I have worked to support young people who build and deploy both people and planet-friendly energy systems that have potentials to light up Africa and tackle climate change. More recently is my work with Student Energy, the world's largest youth-led organization empowering the next generation of energy leaders. I work with an amazing team on the Student Energy Ventures, a program that could serve as a launchpad for many tangible and ambitious youth-led clean energy projects in over 120 countries. With the right resources, opportunities, and mentorships, these young innovators could really accelerate the transition to a sustainable energy future and greatly increase the speed at which we deploy innovations while creating equitable access for the solutions that we all need. It's great to see that businesses and governments are committing to reaching net zero emissions by 2050, but there is still a huge commitment gap. To overcome this, I'd like to emphasize the need to encourage youth opinions, ideas, and innovations. By investing in the ingenuity of young innovators and community leaders across the globe, we can deliver jobs, growth, and a cleaner planet for the future generation. I'd also like to thank Chile for their leadership this year, and I'm very excited at the launch of the next phase of Mission Innovation as I look forward to partnerships that would birth new solutions around the world. Thank you.
World leaders launched Mission Innovation in 2015 to accelerate the clean energy revolution. Affordable and available clean energy is key to tackling climate change. Innovation lies at the heart of this challenge, bringing together the world's leading governments with the power of the private sector and the ingenuity of innovators. Mission Innovation is building a movement. Over the past 5 years, we have increased our clean energy innovation investments by $5.8 billion to the highest levels ever recorded. We have collaborated on 8 innovation challenges and invested $1.6 billion in over 157 new international partnerships. We have proven 2 new technologies that can provide cooling to all without warming the planet. We have supported 1,500 solutions with the potential to avoid 2/3 of all energy emissions. And we have celebrated 40 exceptional researchers and innovators around the world who are driving the clean energy revolution. Now we are embarking on the next phase of our journey.
We need to develop the next generation of low carbon technologies across every sector of the economy that uses or produces energy, including electricity, transportation, manufacturing, buildings, and agriculture.
In the past year, the COVID-19 pandemic has challenged us all. But in the midst of this, we have also seen hope. Research, innovation, and collaboration have led to the delivery of vaccines at a speed we didn't think possible. Today, many governments and businesses around the world are committing to net zero goals. Clean energy lies at the heart of this commitment. Innovation will be crucial to deliver the technologies we need, at the cost we need, for all corners of the globe. Mission Innovation is stepping up to this challenge with urgency, commitment, and the innovative spirit needed to tackle climate change.
Innovation to me means change, and we need change.
Today, we are launching Mission Innovation 2.0. We will spearhead a global decade of innovation to catalyze clean energy solutions that are affordable, attractive, accessible options for all. Today, we are launching the first Mission Innovation missions. They will demonstrate commercially viable zero-emissions ships, make clean hydrogen cost-competitive for end users, and catalyze power systems with 100% renewables. Mission Innovation's bold goals show our faith in global cooperation and in the innovative spirit and determination of governments, businesses, and citizens to catalyze clean energy for all. Join us. The decade of innovation starts today.
Wow. Okay, we're now going into our second segment of the day. I want to say thank you to President Piñera and UN Secretary General Guterres for officially launching Mission Innovation 2.0, and for all the messages of support from business, climate, and in particular the youth leaders from around the world. As we said at the beginning, today is not just about today, it is a gateway to a decade of enhanced investment and enhanced international collaboration, government to government and with the private sector, to meet the goals, the 2030 targets, and our net zero emissions trajectory. We will be hearing lots of messages from ministers around the world who ultimately will decide whether these goals are met or not. And we'll pass it out in several segments. We have the first segment coming up now. But I just want to be clear about what these ministers are committing to, because it's one thing, as we know, to have these events and see these videos and feel really good about everything. But these ministers are committing to take concrete action when they go back home in their day jobs with others. So just to be clear, Mission Innovation has several new initiatives, which we'll be hearing more about throughout the course of the day. But ministers, they are committing to 4 things. And I just wanted to spend a moment just to be clear about what they're committing to. Number 1, they are committing to credible, concrete, national innovation pathways to meet the goals they set at home. Number 2, they're committing to catalyze global action through innovation pathways with public and private collaboration, with these missions they're launching to tackle the toughest challenges that still are before us. Number 3, they're committing to build confidence so that everybody around the world can take part in this clean energy revolution and bring costs down and demand up. And number 4, they are committing to commercialize as fast as possible the new solutions they develop and get them out to market so we can start using the solutions to meet these goals. So before we ask the first 3 of our ministers to share their messages, I want to introduce the minister from Canada, Seamus O'Regan. Canada has been a friend of Mission Innovation right from the very beginning. The first 3 ministers we're hearing from, the Republic of Korea, the Netherlands, and Canada, they made good on the goals they set in 2015 to double the government investment in research and development. So let's start by hearing from Seamus O'Regan, a message from Canada.
Hey everyone, bonjour à tous. Je vous rejoins depuis l'île de Terre-Neuve. le territoire ancestral des peuples Mi'kmaq et Beothuk. Here in my province, Canadians are living some of the most devastating impacts of a changing global climate. In fact, in Inuit and Innu communities just 200 kilometers from where I grew up in Labrador, people experienced a winter this year unlike any that they can remember, unlike anything that their elders ever saw. Average temperatures 10 degrees higher than normal. Ice that's normally a meter thick, barely a foot thick. Now, warmer weather and less ice may sound nice to a lot of people, but in much of Canada, it is not good news. It is dangerous, potentially fatal, because communities in Canada's north rely on ice roads to move around, to hunt, to fish, to visit other communities. Climate change is an existential threat endangering those very communities right now, which means the need to act didn't end when this global pandemic began. And the urgency is only going to intensify when we finally get COVID-19 in a rearview mirror. It is up to us to act, to build a clean energy future, one that is inclusive and prosperous, one that creates jobs and lowers emissions. Canada is a founding member of Mission Innovation. We are proud to have been there 5 years ago to help launch it. It reflected our belief that climate action is more than the challenge of our generation. It is the opportunity of our lifetime. The decision to join Mission Innovation looks even smarter today because the market is moving. Investors around the world are increasingly making clear choices. They're putting their money into businesses, industries, and jurisdictions that are taking meaningful climate action. And they are divesting from those that, in their view, are not. So by harnessing the ingenuity of our engineers, our trades workers, our scientists, our investors, our inventors, by harnessing that ingenuity now, we can create jobs and a cleaner planet for future generations. Canada is well on its way. We have more than doubled our annual federal investments since joining MI, from $387 million in 2015 to over $785 million today. We're working with the private sector on everything from energy storage to smarter grids, from clean energy materials to biofuels to carbon capture, use, and storage. Canada's involvement in MI has led to some amazing initiatives, including our Power Forward Challenge, launched jointly with the UK, and our Breakthrough Energy Solutions Canada program, a public-private partnership with our friends from Breakthrough Energy. There's still a lot more work to do, but Mission Innovation has already proven what's possible when we dream big and when we act boldly. When we raise the level of ambition to something that is just out of our grasp, but not out of our reach. So Canada is keen to help launch a second, more ambitious phase of Mission Innovation, one that will lead to tipping points in the cost and scale of clean energy solutions. Like I said, now is the time to act. The transition to a global low-carbon economy is already underway. There are projects being built right now to lower emissions by real people working real jobs who really want to save the planet and really want to make money. Mission Innovation is working. It's doing what we wanted it to. It's changing how we think of energy. So let's double down with phase 2. Let's double down on our common mission. Net zero emissions by 2050. A prosperous economy that creates jobs and a low carbon future that leaves no one behind. It's ambitious. It's a lot. But this is Mission Innovation. This is what we do. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Minister O'Regan. And also to talk about doubling down, our next two ministers, Minister Seung Wook Moon from the Republic of Korea and Minister Yeshlikos Sigarius from the Netherlands.
후안 카를로스 호베 장관님과 회원국 장관 여러분, 대한민국 산업통상자원부 장관 문승욱입니다. 청정에너지 투자를 선도할 MI 2.0의 출범을 여러분과 함께하게 되어 기쁘게 생각합니다. 2015년 청정에너지 기술에 대한 투자 확대를 공공부문이 선도하자는 취지에서 MI 1.0이 출범하였습니다. MI 1.0 출범 이래 지난 5년간 청정에너지 기술 혁신에 관해 글로벌 공감대가 크게 확산되었습니다. 또한 기술 혁신을 위한 각국 정부와 민간의 네트워크도 한층 강화되었습니다. 그 결과 코로나19와 같은 어려움 속에서도 청정에너지에 대한 공공부문의 기술혁신 투자는 약 60% 이상 증가하였습니다. 특히 한국의 경우 MI 1.0 첫 해인 2015년에 4.8억 불이었던 청정에너지 기술에 대한 투자가 2020년에는 약 2배인 8.5억 불로 대폭 늘어났습니다. 또한 태양광, 수소, CCUS 분야의 도전적인 과제에 대해서는 1,800만 불의 국제 공동연구 예산을 지원함으로써 MI 회원국 간 공동 R&D에도 적극 참여하였습니다. 회원국 장관 여러분, MI 1.0의 성과를 바탕으로 우리는 이제 MI 2.0에 막 진입했습니다. 지난 4월 기후변화 정상회의에서 주요 국가들은 2030년 탄소 저감 목표 NDC의 추가 상향을 제시한 바 있습니다. 또한 2050년 탄소 중립에 동참하는 국가들도 늘어나고 있습니다. 2050년 탄소 중립으로 가는 길에 수많은 고비가 있겠지만 청정에너지 기술 개발을 통해 산업활동을 지속적으로 혁신해 나가는 것이야말로 탄소 중립 실현이 정도가 아닐까 합니다. 아울러 탄소 중립을 위한 기술 혁신은 개별 국가만의 노력으로는 불가능한 도전이기에 여러 국가들이 기술적 역량을 결집해야 할 것입니다. 따라서 청정에너지 기술 혁신을 위한 역량 결집이라는 각국의 공감대에서 출범하는 MI 2.0은 탄소 중립 시대를 준비하는 우리들에게 매우 소중한 협력 플랫폼으로 자리 잡을 것으로 확신합니다. 한국도 지난 10월에 2050년 탄소 중립을 선언하였습니다. 그래서 MI 2.0은 한국에게도 매우 중요합니다. 한국은 현재 탄소 중립을 위한 기술혁신 로드맵을 수립하고 있는데 로드맵을 완성하고 이를 이행하는 과정에서 MI 2.0과 연계한 기술 협력과 투자를 더욱 강화해 나갈 것입니다. 특히 MI 2.0에서 마련 중인 다양한 미래지향적 기술 분과 활동에 적극 참여하면서 MI 사무국에 대한 지원도 지속 확대하도록 하겠습니다. 청정에너지 기술 혁신을 주도하는 전 세계 동료 장관 여러분, 파리 협정 목표 달성을 위한 기반이 하나씩 쌓이고 있습니다. 4월 기후변화 정상회의, 5월 한국에서 개최한 P4G, 이번 미션 이노베이션 장관회의를 통해 글로벌 탄소 중립을 위한 혁신 노력이 체계화, 가속화되고 국가 간 연대와 협력이 강화될 것으로 기대합니다. 한국은 MI 1.0 탄생부터 함께한 국가로서 청정에너지 혁신을 가속화하기 위해 국가 간 협력을 지속적으로 강화한다는 MI 2.0의 목표가 달성될 수 있도록 지속 노력할 것입니다. 감사합니다.
Fellow ministers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Netherlands, I would like to express our gratitude, first of all to our Chilean colleagues and to the Mission Innovation Secretariat. We owe the launch of Mission Innovation 2.0 today to your efforts. Innovation is key to fulfilling our obligations under the Paris Agreement and to safeguarding our future. Innovation offers sustainable solutions that are technically feasible and economically sound. It opens the way to large-scale implementation and more sustainable societies. The Netherlands invests a great deal of effort in innovation. Under the National Climate Agreement, we support innovation in generating renewable energy, the built environment, industry, transport and mobility, agriculture, and system integration. In all this, Mission Innovation acts as an accelerator by giving us the benefit of other MI members' expertise, by sharing knowledge, and by enabling investment. And what's more, Mission Innovation is speeding up the energy transition in a cost-effective way, like the development of the Comfort Climate Box, the ERA Net Act call on carbon capture, utilization and storage, and the rollout of a hydrogen valley in the north of the Netherlands. I cannot stress it enough. Participation in Mission Innovation 2.0 is of great importance to the Netherlands. A mission-driven second phase will further boost public-private partnerships in ambitious and inspiring missions. So the Netherlands look forward to continuing this constructive collaboration. It's only through working together that we can generate enough momentum and impact to counteract effects of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, ministers from Canada, Korea, and the Netherlands. Next up, I'm delighted to introduce the first of the 4 mission launches, the mission launch for the Hydrogen Challenge.
Welcome to the launch of the Clean Hydrogen Mission. Welcome, Dr. Finkel. The first of the 3 missions that are being launched today as part of the second phase of Mission Innovation. These public-private alliances will catalyze global action by setting ambitious goals backed by commitments that can lead to tipping points in the cost, performance, or scale of clean energy solution this decade. As we've all seen, there is currently an extremely high level of global and also local interest here in Chile in clean hydrogen as an essential element for achieving many countries' net zero goals. But why is hydrogen so important, and what can we achieve with greater research and innovation? I would like to introduce Dr. Alan Finkel, Special Advisor to the Australian Government on Low Emission Technology, to elaborate on just that. Dr. Finkel, over to you.
Thank you for that introduction, Claudio. I relish any chance I get to extol the virtues of hydrogen. It is one of my 3 favorite elements. As an electrical engineer, I am in awe of silicon. As an electric car driver, I revere lithium. And as a believer in a zero emissions future, I pay homage to hydrogen. Element number 1, the simplest and most versatile element of them all. Hydrogen is a miraculous fuel. It's a gas that burns like methane or propane or acetylene. But what makes hydrogen so stunningly attractive is that when it burns, the only end product is water vapor. In the race to zero, no other fuel can compete with hydrogen. Now, the idea of hydrogen as a fuel, it's not new. Indeed, it has a long history. The most prominent use of hydrogen last century was as the fuel burnt in the main engines of the space shuttle, whose white-hot nozzles and invisible exhaust thrust astronauts into space for 2 decades. A lesser-known use of hydrogen was to produce the ammonia fuel in the X-15 rocket-powered aeroplane. Back in 1967, the X-15 set the world speed record for a crewed aircraft. It flew at more than 7,000 kilometers per hour, a record that remains unbroken to this day. For 100 years, the use of hydrogen as a fuel burbled gently in and out of consideration. But today, everybody is talking about hydrogen. The conversation has become a roar. Why now? First and foremost, because of the global determination to eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. Second, the cost to produce clean hydrogen from plentiful solar and wind electricity has plummeted. As a result, the price of renewable hydrogen is within a factor of 3 or 4 of where it needs to be to compete with fossil fuels, and the gap is continuing to close. Third, there has been a steady improvement in the technologies for hydrogen use. For example, fuel cells to convert hydrogen into electricity are now cheaper, smaller, lighter, and more robust than they were 20 years ago. Equally important is the carbon fiber fuel tank that enables hydrogen to be stored at 700 atmospheres, providing cars, trucks, and trains with very long driving range and rapid refueling. The final reason for hydrogen's prominence is its use to ship renewable energy long distances from countries where it is plentiful to countries where the demand is high. The challenge for hydrogen, producing it cost effectively. Unlike coal, oil, unlike natural gas, nuclear, or water in big dams, or wind and solar, all of those which are fuels ready to use, it takes energy to produce hydrogen. Despite the effort required to produce it, clean hydrogen has to match the price of the incumbent fossil fuels. If the engineering challenge for hydrogen is to produce it cost effectively, the commercial challenge is to build demand. Today, there is an imbalance of supply and demand. Demand will come from powering long-distance trains and trucks and the merchant ships that crisscross the oceans. Demand will come from using hydrogen and its derivatives to transport bulk renewable energy from one location to another, such as from Australia to Japan. Demand will come from long-duration electricity storage to compensate for extended periods of low solar and wind output. Demand will come from industrial applications, such as the production of zero-emissions fertilizers and zero-emissions steel. And finally, there is the subtler benefit, resilience through diversity. Today, in many of our large cities, if the electricity system goes down, we can still use natural gas for heating and cooking. And in future, hydrogen packed in pipelines and stored in dedicated facilities will provide that resilience. But building the demand will take innovation. We have to make the end users more efficient, durable, smaller, and cheaper. We have to make production more efficient, durable, smaller, and cheaper. We have to make hydrogen export more efficient, durable, smaller, and cheaper. In the race for cheaper hydrogen, Australia has adopted as official policy and as a popular mantra, the stretch goal of H2 under 2. As a first step, we are interpreting that as the production price. But in the long term, it has to be the delivery cost to the end user. Now that's hard. We need a successful clean hydrogen mission. Launched as part of Mission Innovation 2.0, we needed to help Australia and the world to achieve this higher order goal. I'll give you two research challenges that are constantly in my mind. First, the production efficiency. If by 2050, as some predict, the global trade in hydrogen is $1 trillion, a 10% improvement in production efficiency between now and then will save the world $100 billion every year. Now, improving efficiency, it's hard, but I predict that it will be achieved by tens of thousands of engineers and scientists inspired year after year by the Clean Hydrogen Mission. Second challenge, the cost of hydrogen refueling stations. Today, it costs several $1 million to construct a refueling station with a single outlet. This is much too expensive for a viable hydrogen mobility system. Slashing this cost will require research into technology, standards and regulations, and the adoption of modularity and mass production. Finally, concentration of resources will help too. In Australia, through our National Hydrogen Strategy, we have committed to 5 clean hydrogen valleys. The Clean Hydrogen Mission is aiming for 100. That global scale will deliver remarkable benefits. The question I am most often asked about hydrogen in the economy of the future is, how quickly will it develop? My answer, be ambitious so that we capture the potential. In chemistry and in biology, slow reactions can be accelerated by using a catalyst. In the race to zero, the Clean Hydrogen Mission is the catalyst that will accelerate the adoption of the #1 element in the universe for the benefit of mankind. May the force be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finkel. You perfectly sum up what these new missions are all about. Stretching ambition and catalyzing innovation. So we hope that if humanity can stop burning stuff there is something we need to burn, it's hydrogen, because all it will be left over is water. So, well, but however, as you have explained, the problem is, and the price of clean hydrogen currently remains above what it needs to be to complete and displace incumbent fossil fuels. To have the greatest impact on helping decarbonize the world economy, the cost needs to fall as quickly and as greatly as possible. I am therefore delighted to introduce Ministers Llobet of Chile, Minister Taylor of Australia, Commissioner Gabriel from the European Commission, and lastly, Minister Trevelyan of the UK, to launch the Clean Hydrogen Mission and explain what it will deliver and who is involved. Let us start with Minister Juan Carlos Llobet of Chile.
Hello. It is truly a pleasure to officially launch the mission on clean hydrogen. Chile is extremely excited to be co-leading this mission alongside such important partners in this sector. The hydrogen mission aims to increase the cost competitiveness of clean hydrogen to build a global clean hydrogen economy. This mission will help accelerate the pace of clean energy innovation to achieve performance breakthroughs and cost reductions to provide widely affordable and reliable clean energy solutions. The goal of this mission is to increase the cost competitiveness of clean hydrogen to the end user by reducing end-to-end costs to $2 per kilogram by 2030. Research shows that costs of hydrogen are falling dramatically each year. We want to see which production methods and end uses can get us there first to pave the way for others to follow. The mission will work towards this goal through 3 pillars. The research and development pillar will focus on innovation in technologies and industrial processes. The demonstration pillar will include large-scale demonstration projects and will take a systematic approach covering hydrogen, production, storage, transportation, and end use through hydrogen valleys, building on the work of Innovation Challenge 8 and the establishment of the Hydrogen Valleys platform. The final pillar, the Enabling Environment pillar, will work with other initiatives to identify and overcome deployment barriers such as standards, regulations, and demand pool. The work of this mission will perfectly complement the ambitious national green hydrogen strategy that our country announced last year, in which our aim is to be one of the top 3 leading exporters of green hydrogen worldwide by 2030, shipping approximately $2.5 billion each year at the lowest cost globally. Chile is proud to reaffirm its commitment to deploying large-scale green hydrogen valleys in the Antofagasta and Magallanes regions through policy support and public-private collaboration, which will leverage both domestic and international demand, as well as our abundant renewable energy resources to deliver competitive, clean fuels to the end user by 2030.
Australia is excited to be a co-lead of the hydrogen mission. Getting the cost of producing clean hydrogen to economic parity with existing energy sources is already one of 5 priorities outlined in Australia's technology investment roadmap. This will require international collaboration on R&D and innovation, and Mission Hydrogen establishes a forum for that very important work. The tipping point for clean hydrogen is likely to be reached when its end-to-end costs are reduced to less than $2 US per kilogram. But certain applications and locations will become competitive before others, and supporting these closer to market technologies will help build hydrogen capacity around the world. We can expand production and grow demand while harnessing our comparative advantages as countries, as industries, as investors, and as exporters. Australia is pleased to announce that we've committed more than $850 million to build an Australian hydrogen industry. In the coming months, we'll identify locations for 5 regional export hydrogen hubs. Australia sees great potential for clean hydrogen to reduce global emissions, not just at home, but for our trading partners too. This is our first step in achieving the mission goals by 2030.
We are very excited to co-lead the Clean Hydrogen Mission. Our intention is to bring together public authorities, research institutions, NGOs, trade associations, and private enterprises across the hydrogen value chain. Members will join forces to deliver significant demonstrations of future uses for clean hydrogen, which are at the forefront of building global clean hydrogen economies. Lowering the price of clean hydrogen is urgent. We want all countries to share in progress and build on each other's achievements. We'll connect the players to stimulate collaboration, funding and projects, and create a cooperative, competitive environment for achieving our cost goals. This mission will result in new and cheaper processes and technologies across the hydrogen value chain, acceleration towards a global clean hydrogen market, interlinked, integrated, innovative hydrogen ecosystems or hydrogen valleys across the globe, and a knowledge platform to enable rapid learning from early development of cutting-edge technologies through the commercialization. International cooperation is essential to achieve these targets. The European Hydrogen Strategy, a key initiative under the European Green Deal, affords great importance to working collaboratively with key international partners to jointly scale up hydrogen production and help achieve our climate goals. We are looking for committed partners to contribute to the delivery of at least 100 large-scale integrated clean hydrogen demonstration projects by 2030. This is ambitious, but we are not starting from scratch. Globally, there already are more than 30 hydrogen valleys or hubs in different stages of development, as featured in the Hydrogen Valley platform. Together with the Hydrogen and Fuel Cells Joint Undertaking and the European Member States, we'll develop further the hydrogen valleys in Europe and abroad. I look forward to remaining engaged with you as the mission develops further, and I wish you the best of luck with this important initiative.
Thank you, ministers. The clean hydrogen will, under your leadership, push the frontiers of the hydrogen industry to reach scale faster and quicker. So I'm also delighted to share that this week, the United States announced that they will also co-lead the clean hydrogen mission, and many other countries have committed to participate in the mission to drive towards the shared goal. Each clean hydrogen mission has committed to develop a minimum of 3 hydrogen valleys, as Commissioner Gabriel mentioned, to deliver the mission of this goal. Therefore, this platform will be important to share information and track progress. With that in mind, I'd like to introduce Mr. Bart Bijbuck, Executive Director of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cells Joint Undertaking, who will discuss the platform and how it will complement the mission's research and innovation activities. The floor is yours, Mr. Bijbuck.
Thank you very much, Claudio, for the kind introduction and for having me on this very important event. Also, thanks to Chile for hosting this event, and also big thanks to all the countries that are joining the Mission Innovation 2.0, and in particular, those that are joining the Hydrogen Challenge. The FCSJU is a public-private partnership between the hydrogen industry and the research centers and the European Commission. We are supporting research and innovation projects with grants in order to accelerate the development of hydrogen technologies and create really the hydrogen economy. One of the projects is the Hydrogen Valley platform that was launched during the first Mission Innovation in the frame of the Innovation Challenge on Hydrogen. I'm happy to share the results and the next steps today. Next slide, please. Hydrogen Valleys is really something that became global. The platform has now 34 valleys from 19 countries, including more than 3,500 data points and 10 in-depth best practices profiles. Please have a look at the website in order to get more insights of the different projects globally. You can see the link here in the middle of this slide. Next slide, please. One of the findings is that globally, we can identify 3 types of archetypes of hydrogen valleys. The first archetype is very local, small scale, but very much focused on mobility. The second archetype is also very local, but more medium scale, and focus on the industry. And finally, the third archetype is from a much larger scale, and it's mainly focusing on export internationally. And as you can see, there are various examples for each of these archetypes that are existing in this platform. Next slide, please. Today, I have the pleasure to launch the final report of the first phase with key insights. Please have a look at the report, which is published from today on our website. The report identified also a few key barriers that are still there. One of them is obtaining public funding support to close really the remaining funding gaps. The second one is to finding clean hydrogen off-takers and signing long-term contracts to make projects bankable. Thirdly, we need to ensure technology readiness of all fuel cells and hydrogen applications that we are requiring. And finally, we need to ensure adequate legal regulatory support. Examples of that are, for example, carbon pricing or standardizations or fast permitting, and there are many more of this. However, we will not stop here. The countries have agreed to continue the platform to address the before mentioned issues, but also to further develop and enhance the platform during Mission Innovation 2.0 with the funding from the FCHJU. We just heard Alan Finkel mentioning that he envisioned 100 of these hydrogen valleys. Our goal is to realize this clean hydrogen economy by sharing learnings and discuss them through this platform. It is key to realize the decarbonization of our society fast, and clean hydrogen will be one of the key elements. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Bart. As your presentation made clear, the clean hydrogen missions goal will not be achieved if it's only governments working alone. But for that, and for how the partnership on hydrogen with the private sector, I'd like to leave you with Minister for Business, Energy and Clean Growth, Minister Trevelyan from the UK.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. I am also excited to be announcing the UK's co-leadership in this new effort to make clean hydrogen cost competitive. Alongside Chile, Australia, the European Commission and the UK, I am pleased that many members of Mission Innovation have decided to join our global coalition to accelerate a low-cost, clean hydrogen future. We know that to achieve this goal, we need to combine the expertise of the public and the private sectors to both innovate and build demand. I am pleased we will be working in close partnership with many international organisations and initiatives, including the Clean Energy Ministerial, Green Hydrogen Catapult, the World Bank and the World Economic Forum, to develop a global roadmap to achieve our goal. But we want to be more ambitious. We are looking for additional committed partners across governments, the private sector and academia to join our mission. It is collaborating on pioneering research and innovation projects today that will create the commercial technology to deliver low-cost, clean hydrogen tomorrow. The UK is at the forefront of hydrogen research and development, and we will use the upcoming publication of our hydrogen strategy and our £1 billion net zero innovation portfolio to meet the mission's goals. With greater international collaboration as a focus of our COP presidency, the UK is pleased to co-lead the Clean Hydrogen Mission and to fully grasp the opportunities that it presents, building on international shared ambition and accelerating our drive towards net zero. I look forward to what we will achieve together.
Thank you, Minister Trevelyan. And to explain the collaboration with the Hydrogen Mission, I'm delighted to welcome my friend and fellow Chilean, Gonzalo Muñoz, the UNFCCC High-Level Climate Action Champion on behalf of the Green Hydrogen Catapult. Timur Gül from the International Energy Agency, which coordinates the Clean Energy Ministerial's hydrogen initiatives. Fernando de Cisternes of the World Bank, and the Executive Director of the Hydrogen Council, Darrell Wilson.
This new hydrogen mission will help to speed to market those solutions required to complement direct renewable electrification of heavy industry and transport. Its goal of delivering hydrogen below $2 per kilo before 2030 can focus public support toward the UNFCCC breakthrough target of 25 gigawatts and less than $2 per kilo by 2026 in order to reach a tipping point in cost and performance of renewable hydrogen technologies. Initiatives like the Green Hydrogen Catapult can work with country members to achieve the mission's objective through specific public-private partnership and by clarifying the R&D and policies that are essential parts of deployment-led innovation. So in the race to zero emissions, this new mission offers a space for civil society, businesses, and policymakers to create and embrace the positive disruption offered by renewable hydrogen to stabilize temperature below 1.5 degrees.
Dear Ministers of Mission Innovation, dear colleagues, my name is Timo Bühl and I'm the head of the Energy Technology Policy Division at the International Energy Agency. The IEA is the coordinator of the Clean Energy Ministerial Hydrogen Initiative, which is a multi-government initiative that works to accelerate the commercialization and deployment of hydrogen technologies across all parts of the economy. Low-carbon hydrogen today is still more expensive than hydrogen produced from fossil fuels, and innovation will be critical to ensure that the cost gap between low-carbon hydrogen and fossil hydrogen closes through RD&D and through scaling up deployment. It is through such cost reductions that hydrogen will be able to fulfill its promise as a low-carbon fuel for different parts of the energy system. For this reason, we welcome the launch of this hydrogen mission, and we are looking forward to engaging with you, explore collaborations between the SEM Hydrogen Initiative and the MI Hydrogen Mission. We wish you best of luck to this hydrogen mission for your new endeavors and look forward to working with you.
Good morning and good afternoon. My name is Fernando Cisternes, and I'm the Green Hydrogen Lead at the World Bank's Energy Sector Management Assistance Program. The World Bank shares the view that green hydrogen will be a key enabler of the energy transition, as it could contribute to the decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors such as industry and transport, and provide a medium for long-duration energy storage, increasing the participation of renewables in the energy mix. This is why we welcome the initiative by Australia, Chile, the European Commission, Germany, and the UK to launch a hydrogen mission to reduce the cost of green hydrogen production to $2 per kilogram by fostering innovation throughout the green hydrogen supply chain. We hope that thanks to this collaboration, we will be able to bring sustainable green hydrogen solutions to more developing countries and help scale up innovative solutions and improve public policies adapted to the specific needs and conditions in these countries. The fight against climate change.
Darrell Wilson, Executive Director of the Hydrogen Council. It's my pleasure to speak a few words in support of this critically important mission innovation focus on clean hydrogen promotion. At the Hydrogen Council, we're a coalition of more than 110 global CEOs who are focused on the singular goal of advancing hydrogen energy solutions to mitigate climate change, to enable the further adoption of renewable energy, and to decarbonize some of the hard-to-decarbonize sectors. We believe that the application of hydrogen is critical to meeting the goals and targets that many countries have set for climate change mitigation. And with a new wave of interest in hydrogen, there is a new frontier for innovation. With all of the markets and funding that is being allocated to hydrogen, both public and private, now is the time to focus again on innovation and seek to optimize how hydrogen can be applied in our society with fresh thinking. And this indeed is the focus of this Mission Innovation Project. Finally, all of this, of course, is going to take teamwork and support and broad-based efforts between the public sector and the private sector. And the mission innovation focus here on clean hydrogen will be a very important part of that supportive infrastructure. So I'm very excited to see this initiative take flight, and you can be assured of the support of the industrial community as we share this mission with you. We wish you every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Gonzalo, Timur, Fernando, and Darrell for your dedication and efforts to foster a global hydrogen industry. This mission will not stop here. It will seek to build on and connect with the expertise of NGOs, research institutions, and private enterprises to meet its goal. There is little doubt that clean hydrogen will be a core component of a net zero future, and I'm sure everyone will join me in congratulating the commitment announced today, and we look forward to hearing more at COP26 and beyond.
Wow, Claudio, you did a great job of moderating that first mission launch. I never knew there was so much interest in hydrogen. That was a joke.
I was going to say that. Okay, yeah, you're right. But yeah, it's definitely amazing what is going on with the hydrogen and how important electricity and what the opportunities are for several countries in Chile. It's been great hype as well.
I think I'm excited about the launch of the other missions throughout the day and to hear more from ministers. But before we carry on, I just want to express my regret. I really wish we were doing this in person in Chile. I've never been. I would love to go.
Well, it's never too late, and we hope that you're going to be able to come out of the pandemic. We're having almost 70% of population already vaccinated. So I hope in the spring, well, we're in midwinter now in Chile, we can have you down here. So in that sense, if you can't make it, let me show you some pictures. You see what we have behind here, and this is in the Atacama Desert. This is Cerro Dominador. It's the first concentrated solar power plant in Latin America. You might know that Atacama is the driest desert in the world. There have been even places where it has never rained in the last 500 years. And it has the highest solar irradiance and home to the largest copper and lithium productions. They're all key ingredients for the energy transition. This CSP plant will be actually inaugurated next week on Tuesday. It has 10,600 heliostats, and they work with the local community. They train technicians, especially women, for the mounting of these mirrors. It's a technical job traditionally reserved mainly for men. And this solar field itself is more than 700 hectares big. And the tower in the middle of the picture gets reflected. It's 250 meters tall. It stores the heat in molten salt at more than 500 degrees Celsius, and it's able to produce electricity overnight up to 17 hours. Combined with the solar PV, you get electricity from the sun 24/7. Isn't that amazing?
Wow, it also looks huge, a huge undertaking. A bit like what we're doing today, a huge undertaking, 4 more hours to go. So shall I set us off on the next session, which is the next section of ministerial videos? Give you a break, Claudio. So without further ado, this is the second of 4 sections where we have ministerial commitments, where they're talking about what they did in the first mission innovation, the first 5 years, and what they intend to do in the second. So first up, we have 2 videos from Minister Altmaier and Minister Pompili from Germany and from France.
Dear Mr. Jobé, ladies and gentlemen, the Paris Agreement is a truly historic achievement. Germany joined it because we firmly believe in it, and we are determined to do everything we can to implement it as soon as possible. The same holds true for Mission Innovation, which was launched in 2015, bringing together 24 countries and the European Union. It is a joint effort to deliver new solutions. We are well aware that in order to keep global warming well below 2 degrees, we will need to develop additional innovations and scale these globally. Mission Innovation is now entering its second phase, and I'm delighted to be working with so many committed countries and specialists once again. If we all pull in the same direction, we can meet the Paris climate targets. Germany itself seeks to achieve net zero already by 2045. We want to lead on climate action and at the same time work with as many partner countries as possible. Germany will need to not only produce but also import large amounts of renewable energy. We believe that hydrogen will play a key role here as it enables us to convert volatile renewable energy into a commodity that can be traded internationally. As a member of Mission Hydrogen, we are doing our bit to make sure that a renewable-based global hydrogen economy becomes a reality. This will require effective international cooperation, and I am pleased that you are willing to be part of it. In order to build and safeguard prosperity in Europe and around the world, a successful energy transition and an expansion of renewable energy is just as important as a strong industrial sector and good and sustainable jobs. We will only be able to transition towards net zero emissions if our industrial sector is on board. On this note, I wish us all every success as we work together towards a sustainable future for our planet. Thank you, good luck, and
dear colleagues, dear friends. France was one of the founders of Mission Innovation launched during the COP21 in 2015. Its goal is to highlight the crucial role of clean energy innovation in favor of the energy transition. Indeed, France is at the forefront for developing innovative technologies from the first stage of research to industrial deployment. Since 2010, France invested 57 billion euros through a special program of investments for the future called PIA in order to support innovative and promising investments. In 2020, the government announced the extension of this program until 2025 with an additional 20 billion euros. This is a clear message. The ecological and energy transition will represent at least a third of the investments. We promote, in particular, the development of carbon-free hydrogen, the decarbonization of the industry, and the development of advanced technologies for the energy systems. But also the decarbonization of the mobility, the batteries, the transformation of cities, and the transformation of the agricultural systems. The government also decided that no expenditure under this program will be detrimental to the environment. It's a matter of coherence. Besides technological innovation, France aims to give a voice to the citizens. This is necessary to accelerate the fight against climate change and build social acceptance. One emblematic example is the Citizens' Convention on Climate conducted in France, an unprecedented democratic experiment to define the appropriate mitigation measures while keeping social justice. Now, the first phase of Mission Innovation has demonstrated its ability to accelerate clean energy innovation. Pragmatic and successful actions were launched, enabling deep international collaborations. Today, we collectively must accelerate the acceleration in order to build together the innovation pathway the urgency requires. I am convinced that the actions we have collectively envisaged for the next phase will meet this challenge. France is determined to take its share in this new era of mission innovation. We will participate actively to the missions on hydrogen and zero-emission shipping, two major challenges of the future. Others are also paramount, especially in the field of renewable energies. The consequences of climate change we are experiencing today needs strong and impactful response. We need more determination than ever, from everybody. No time shall be lost because the clock is ticking. With Mission Innovation, the international community is coming together to build the solution for a desirable and sustainable future world.
Thank you, Minister Altmaier and Minister Pompili. Next up, we have Minister Angus Taylor from Australia and Minister Aziz Rabah from Morocco.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak about Australia's commitment to the newest phase of Mission Innovation. Like all of you, Australia believes new technologies and low-cost clean energy breakthroughs are key to cutting emissions. That's why we're aiming to accelerate the development and commercialisation of new and emerging low emissions technologies. This technology-led approach is a win-win. It supports our economic growth and future prosperity while maintaining our strong track record of reducing emissions. The Australian Government is proud to commit to an ambitious second phase of mission innovation. The mission innovation community is ready-made to pursue practical and high-impact international collaboration in key areas, in partnership with the private sector. Australia is pleased to announce its membership of the New Power mission. Australia is also committed to co-leading Mission H2. We fully understand the potential hydrogen has to decarbonise our economy and economies around the world. In the last 12 months, we've announced new investments that bring our total commitment to establishing an Australian hydrogen industry to more than $850 million. We'll also support the development of 5 clean hydrogen export hubs, with sites to be chosen in the coming months. The ambition is to produce the cheapest clean hydrogen in the world at under $2 per kilogram Australian. These are some of the practical steps Australia is taking to reach our goal of net zero emissions as soon as possible and preferably by 2050. Again, it's a pleasure to be able to support Mission Innovation as it moves into its next phase, and on behalf of the Australian Government, I look forward to continuing to work with all of you. Together, through sustained and strengthened cooperation across sectors and key technologies, we can help fast-track an energy revolution. Thank you.
طبعا بلادنا بقيادة جلالة الملك حفظه الله يعني اعتبرت التنمية المستدامة قضية مصيرية واستراتيجية، ومن ضمنها كل ما يتعلق بالطاقات المتجددة. يعني أطلقت بلادنا منذ أكثر من عقد من الزمن استراتيجية وطنية للطاقات المتجددة في مجال إنتاج الكهرباء، ولكن في المجالات كلها. والحمد لله بعد عقد من الزمن يعني نتائج مهمة كبيرة جدا، والمغرب يعتبر الآن من الدول الرائدة في هذا المجال. لذلك ننخرط في كل المبادرات الدولية في إطار شراكات، تعاون، شبكات. وكان طبعا انخراطنا في تحالف مهمة الابتكار في فانكوفر قبل سنتين في هذا الإطار كأول دولة إفريقية انخرطت في هذا التحالف. طبعا في هذه التجربة ل10 سنوات وما سيأتي يمكن أن أقول بأنه مجال البحث العلمي في مجال الطاقات المتجددة من أكثر المجالات تطورا في بلادنا. اليوم الحمد لله عندنا معهد اللي هو رائد، يعتبر المعهد يعني الذي يخلق نوع من الانسجام بين كافة المعنيين بالبحث والابتكار والتطوير في مجال الطاقات المتجددة. عدة منصات بحث في مجال يعني الطاقة الشمسية، في مجال البنايات الخضراء، في مجال الشبكات الذكية، في مجال الهيدروجين، ثم هناك منصات أخرى قيد الضرس ستنشأ قريبا، ثم عدد من الاستثمارات بعشرات الملايين من الدولارات في هذا المجال، طلبات عروض لإشراك الباحثين على الصعيد الوطني، الشركات على الصعيد الوطني، ولكن أيضا الباحثين على الصعيد العالمي. هذا يبين الإقبال على المغرب، يبين تطور هذه المنصات، منصات البحث العلمي، يبين أيضا مكانة البحث العلمي والتطوير والابتكار في هذه الدينامية الطاقية اللي كتعرفها بلادنا. ولذلك يمكن أن نؤكد نحن we are committed، نحن مستعدون أن نشتغل أكثر في هذا التحالف، مستعدون أيضا أن نستقبل المؤتمر المقبل لهذا التحالف في بلادنا، مستعدون أيضا انطلاقا من هذا التحالف أن ننفتح أكثر على شركائنا في كافة يعني القارات، ولكن بالخصوص في القارة الإفريقية هي والتي نعتز بالانتماء إليها، وهي سوق واعد لأن فيها مؤهلات، فيها حاجيات كثيرة. ولذلك أنا أعتقد في مجال الابتكار لا نكتفي فقط بالابتكار في المجال التكنولوجي والصناعي، لا بد من الابتكار في مجال الحلول التي تكون مناسبة وتكون ملائمة لكل دولة ولكل منطقة على حدة. أيضا لا بد من الابتكار في مجال العقود. طبعا لا يمكن أن أنسى بأن المغرب مستعد أن يحتضن إن شاء الله المؤتمر المقبل لهذا التحالف، ومستعد أيضا أن يعني يضع رهن إشارة كل الشركاء وكل الدول الصديقة وخاصة في الدول الإفريقية تجربته في مجال البحث والتطوير، لكن مستعدون أكثر أن نجلب استثمارات في هذا المجال، وأن تكون هذه الاستثمارات وهذه البحوث رأسنا إشارة الشركات التي تريد أن تطورها إلى صناعات، والمغرب مؤهل أن يحتضن صناعات في مجال التكنولوجيات الجديدة وفي مجال الاقتصاد الأخضر.
Thank you, Ministers Taylor and Minister Rabah. Sometimes I felt in the past that the journey to replace fossil fuels with clean energy has been moving at a glacial pace. But now, listening to these ministers, you finally get the feeling that it's on the move. And countries that don't accelerate their progress are at risk of being left behind or being locked out of the future markets. You can begin to hear that with ministers talking about their imports and exports and get a sense of sort of the race to the top. And a country that is beginning to take this very seriously, and I'm pleased to introduce the next minister, Dr. Harsh Vardhan from India.
His Excellency, Chair of the 6th Mission Innovation Ministerial, Energy Minister of Chile, delegates of the member nations of Mission Innovation, ladies and gentlemen, I am extremely happy and honored to be amidst all of you on this prestigious occasion of the launch of second phase of Mission Innovation. Indeed, India has taken an active role in accelerating innovation in clean energy by participating in all 8 innovation challenges and co-leading 3 others. India co-leads the analysis and joint research program and is part of the steering committee of Mission Innovation. Clean energy is critical, both from an environmental as well as an energy security point of view. Access to clean energy, electricity and water definitely has a positive impact on the quality of life of people and for overall human development. In past 5 years, Mission Innovation has provided a platform for active collaborations between the public and private sectors. The key strength behind Mission Innovation is the collective response of all members to a global challenge for a common objective. As Mission Innovation moves towards the next phase of Mission Innovation 2.0, the emphasis will be on converting outcomes into impact on ground level, with focus on research, development, and demonstration for developing affordable clean energy technologies. India's Department of Biotechnology and the Department of Science and Technology are closely engaged with the Mission Innovation member countries to contribute to the fastest possible achievement of the Mission Innovation goals. We will continue to provide enabling policies, infrastructure, and support to Mission Innovation activities for large-scale development of affordable clean energy solutions. India reiterates its commitment to Mission Innovation 2.0 and supports the future of the initiative through leadership and participation in impact-focused missions, platforms, and related global innovation activities. Under the Collaborate and Accelerate module of the platform, the ICs that are desirous to be continued are being relaunched. I am happy to note that India and the United States will co-lead the Collaborate platform on innovation for sustainable aviation fuel. India is also looking forward to developing and demonstrating technologies for bio-based renewable fuels, chemicals and materials to replace the petrochemical products, contributing to greenhouse gases emission reductions. India is leading the Clean Energy Incubator Initiative. The Clean Energy Incubator, set up by the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, has successfully demonstrated the impact for startups. And moving forward, this incubator will help to make stronger partnerships with members. In India, we support the missions on power, hydrogen, and shipping. India is supporting the proposal on innovation community on materials for energy and is co-leading the proposal on innovation community on affordable heating and cooling of buildings. We are committed to working closely in creating an ecosystem for public-private partnership for accelerated clean energy innovations that is mutually beneficial for all member nations. I wish success to all members of this incredible mission and hope that collectively we are able to develop technological solutions that shall make the world healthier, cleaner, and greener. Many thanks for granting me this honor to address such a learned audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vardhan. One has to commend India for their commitment. They joined all mission innovation challenges we just heard, as well as leading the future sort of missions. So Claudio, I think coming up next is our next launch. We're going from hydrogen to another key enabler of this clean energy revolution. I think the power mission launch is coming up right now.
That's correct. So let's go with
right now. Here it is.
Let's go.
So, as we just said, our second launch of the day, the power system, it's called Green Powered Future Mission. And we're going to introduce the moderator of the next session, Paul Manx. Paul, the floor is yours. Are you ready to take us away?
I am indeed. Good afternoon, everybody from the UK, wherever you are, whatever time zone you're in. Welcome to the launch event of the Green Powered Future Mission as part of Mission Innovation 2. And for the next sort of half an hour, 45 minutes or so, I'll be your moderator or host to take you through it. Thank you to our host, Chile, for the Innovating to Net Zero Summit and putting together this excellent program of events in a digital format. This event is a key clean energy event moment in a crucial year for climate. This is the time to raise the ambition in the run-up to COP26, hosted by the UK, and we look forward to seeing many of you in Glasgow this autumn. This mission in particular comes at a critical moment as more and more countries announce net zero goals. Renewable energy will play a fundamental role to achieve these goals. Variable renewals, such as wind and solar, are already among the cheapest technologies in many regions, but their intermittency poses challenges to the power system. Innovation is going to be needed to provide solutions that can enable all countries to integrate high shares of variable renewables in their power systems. So it's my honor really to introduce the ministers of UK, Italy, and China, all three countries that are leading the global innovation efforts to transform our power systems, alongside other governments, businesses, and international organizations, much of which we'll cover in this half hour. So it's my pleasure to introduce the ministers that are going to speak now. Minister Anne-Marie Trevelyan, who's the Minister for Business, Energy and Clean Growth in the UK. Minister Vania Gava, Under Secretary at the Ministry of Ecological Transition in Italy. And Wang Zhijiang, Minister of Science and Technology of the People's Republic of China. Over to them now to give us a welcome and an introduction.
Distinguished Mission Innovation members and partners, I am very pleased to be here today to announce the launch of Green Powered Future, a new global mission that will enable our future to be powered by the highest shares of renewables. Variable renewable energies like wind and solar are at the heart of our efforts to reach net zero. Earlier this year, the UK power grid recorded its cleanest day with 60% of our electricity generated by wind turbines and solar farms. But we want days like this to become the norm. So there are significant challenges to overcome to ensure our power system can operate more flexibly and efficiently in the face of variability. These are global challenges faced by many countries around the world. They call for global solutions. By joining forces, we will be able to bring forward new, affordable solutions faster and make them accessible to all. This mission aims to create the toolbox of innovative solutions necessary to integrate up to 100% variable renewables into all our power systems in a secure and efficient way. We are proud to lead this mission alongside China and Italy, working in partnership with other global innovation leaders across the public and private sector to make this happen in the next decade. And the UK is committed to enhance innovation in this area. Our 100 million energy storage and flexibility innovation challenges will identify technologies to tackle flexibility and integration, with a particular focus on data and digital solutions. As we strive to dramatically accelerate innovation in the next 10 years, we will also seek to further increase support for research and development activities to achieve the mission goal. Today's initiative will help us to build the clean, flexible, reliable power system of tomorrow, and I hope to see more countries and businesses join us in this effort.
Desidero ringraziare gli organizzatori per avermi dato l'opportunità di...
I wish to thank the organizers for allowing me to participate in the launch of the new initiative Power Mission. Italy confirms its commitment to fight climate change and to ensure access to affordable, reliable and sustainable energy for all. I wish to thank the colleagues from China and the United Kingdom for the teamwork done so far, as well as all of the other countries, Japan, South Korea, India, Australia, Germany, Austria, Canada, the Netherlands and Brazil, and also the international organizations that have expressed a generous interest in joining the mission activities. Italy is strongly committed in the activities of Mission Innovation, as we believe that the future of energy is linked to innovation in a global dimension. We are fully aware that working together with our international partners paves the way to the acceleration of innovative solutions and impactful results, and hence to faster clean energy transition towards the net zero or full decarbonization of our production models. Today, these concepts are more important than ever after 18 months spent in such unprecedented conditions. We learned a lot from the COVID-19 pandemic. Resilience and cooperation are essential concepts we do need to capitalize for the future of human beings. Therefore, we're very glad to see many countries joining the Green Powered Future Mission, and we also welcome the involvement of international organizations. We believe that their participation is crucial to address global innovation priorities by collaborating together to demonstrate or propose innovative solutions in real-life systems. Power system digitalization and modernization is an enabling factor to renewable energy sources massive integration, and I consider Power Mission as an important laboratory where participating countries have the opportunity to share their experiences and learn from each other. In line with the spirit of the Mission Innovation Project, research centers and system operators and the private sector as well will join forces towards the mission's goals to identify innovative enabling technologies and business models, thus accelerating the development and deployment of affordable, innovative solutions to be replicated and adopted worldwide. Italy is fully committed to the Power Mission initiative and proudly accepted the important responsibility of putting forward the first mission director. Italy will increase the level of investments in R&D activities during next years for 100 million euros, especially in the areas where national and international efforts are needed to achieve secure and resilient power systems with up to 100 VRE integration. I'm very confident that our global team will have the expertise, the knowledge and the passion to contribute significantly to reach the ambitious goals of the Power Mission and to be able to share all the successful outcomes globally.
Concessami nell'esprimere a voi tutti, da parte del governo italiano e da parte mia, i migliori auguri di successo per questa iniziativa.
尊敬的罗伯特·辛格拉尼部长，尊敬的
安妮·玛丽·特里威廉部长，各位同事。首先，我代表中华人民共和国科学技术部，对创新使命部长级会议开启第2阶段表示热烈祝贺。科学无国界，创新无止境，开展清洁能源技术创新国际合作，对于应对气候变化、实现人类可持续发展具有重要意义。作为落实巴黎协定的积极践行者，中国政府一贯重视并支持创新使命部长级会议机制，愿意在第2阶段与各方继续加强务实合作。回顾过去5年，中国加大清洁能源技术研发投入，与意大利、印度联合牵头智能电网创新挑战，集聚21个成员方的智慧和力量，围绕储能、新型电网架构、系统灵活性等6个议题开展合作，发布智能电网创新挑战国家报告，协同各国就智能电网技术创新方向达成共识。同时，我们还牵头和参与了生物智能、离网电力、碳捕获、太阳能转化、建筑供热智能及氢能等6项创新挑战，为全球清洁能源技术研发提供中国方案，贡献中国智慧。我们非常荣幸与意大利、英国联合牵头绿色电力未来使命，聚焦可再生能源发电、电力系统灵活性及电力系统集成3项核心技术，探索实践电力系统转型路径，努力在多种自然条件下实现高比例可再生能源电力系统的实际应用。绿色电力未来使命已经得到德国、日本、韩国、加拿大、巴西、荷兰等成员国和国际可再生能源署的支持。我们将与各成员国携手谋划平等合作，建设绿色、安全、智能的未来电力系统。我们将全力支持秘书处开展相关工作，继续关注其他使命的重要进展，助力全球应对气候变化开启新征程。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Ministers, for your messages that highlight really the importance of collaboration in delivering the innovation that we need faster. I think you can get a real sense from those speeches, also the sense of ambition that the 3 co-leads have. In order to achieve this mission, it's going to be clear that we're going to have collaboration between the public and the private sector. It's going to be crucial to delivering that innovation efforts to target the right challenges and help bring these solutions to the market. We've heard from the ministers that the mission aims to demonstrate that the electricity systems in different geographies and climates can integrate 100% variable renewable energy and remain cost efficient, secure and resilient by 2030. So what we'd like to do now is move to a panel discussion where we'd like to discuss what this really means for industry. And I'm going to introduce now this panel session, for which we've invited industrial representatives to hear their perspectives on the challenges for industry, the key innovation priorities to address them, what this new initiative means for industry, and the importance of public-private collaboration. And this is a live session, so I can encourage you as part of the chat to put your questions in there and interact with the panel as part of this launch event. So please, can I encourage you in the audience to participate? Okay, it's my pleasure now to introduce the panelists. We have Anna Carolina Tortora, who is the Head of Innovation Strategy at the National Grid in the UK. Viviana Vito, who's the Head of Market Studies and Strategic Analysis at the Global Infrastructure and Network Divisions at Enel Group. And Andy Jha, who's the Chief Engineer of the Goldwind Science and Technology Company Limited in China. Welcome all of you to this panel discussion as part of this Net Zero Summit and the launch of Mission Innovation 2.0. So I'm going to turn to you first and invite you to make short introductory statements to this panel. I'm going to turn to you, Carolina, first, about what you think are the key challenges that we need to overcome to enable that integration of the very high shares of variable renewables. Carolina.
Well, Paul, I think the biggest challenge I have is to try and reduce this conversation in about 2 minutes, which is the time that's been allotted to have this introduction. I think we live in amazing times. Not too long ago, I remember hearing from someone in the TSO saying that the UK electricity grid could barely take up to 4% of renewables. Easter weekend, we reached a record here in the United Kingdom. We had 17.6 gigawatts of wind. And if we include nuclear power, we've reached over 88% of low carbon generation. So I think we're a long way from where we thought we were going to be not too long ago. So what are the biggest challenges you have to face? Well, pretty much everything. How do you design a grid that can sustain renewable generation? How do you size it? What is the capacity that you have to measure, right? Because when you're looking at renewable generation or nuclear power, like in the case of the United Kingdom, you're looking at non-flexible generation, meaning you get your peaks and then you have to deal with the troughs. So what is the minimum demand that you have to deal with? Second, you need to work on what are the services that you need to work with. You no longer have your traditional generators that are absolutely flexible. You can tell them to come on when I say so, get off when I say so. Today you have to work is there wind, is there sun, can we put demand up and down? We're shifting our thinking from dispatching generation to dispatching demand. So that's a totally different way of thinking. And ultimately, of course, is how do you coordinate amongst all the different players? You mentioned working with private sector as well as public sector, but it's already a challenge looking at coordinating all the networks. So DSOs, DNOs, and transmission operators and system operators, as well as the generators, and then all the aggregators and so on. So it's just a mix of different things. I think at a very high level, these are, I think, the major challenges that we should be looking at.
Thank you, Carolina. That kind of gives an overview of the problem. Viviana, what's your take on the key challenges and what we need to do to overcome them?
I think that this is really a time where we are facing an extraordinary transformation, and still we need to do a lot of boosting of renewable deployment in order to reach and to enable it and to have an overall decarbonization goal for everyone, for the entire community. And we also have not to forget that together with the renewable resources, there is a lot of stream of other sectors, such as the transportation sector, that will switch on electricity. And this means a big responsibility to have all these entire use of demand and to switch it also not just electricity, but green powered electricity. Together with this scenario, we have that most of the generation will be more and more smaller size. The plan of Bloomberg Energy Finance more than 6 times smaller in 2050 compared to today capacity of generation. And this means that the electricity, in particular the distribution one, will be the ones as an entry point for these distributed resources. This means that you need to accompany the conventional role of distributor to be resilient, to give a service with high level of quality, and also to be consistent and security of supply provider, together with this new role, the role of system or operator, meaning the combination of all these players, demand resource supplier, coordination with the TSO, that's for sure very key and important, and also new way that the customer will bring their demands in a more active way. So we need to forget the way we worked before, that was just operating the network with a more comprehensive and efficient way to do it, and flexible. To have a flexibility, I think you need a flexible network. And this is the only way that we can do in order to cooperate with sustainable principles, encouraging the use of electricity as the most natural choice for all citizens. And this is the way to contribute to the net zero future, in my opinion.
Thank you, Viviana. That's really clear. That flexibility is going to be a key feature of the future energy system. Andy, over to you. The key challenges and how to integrate them.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for inviting Godwin to participate. I think the key challenges, consist of number one, how to improve the system flexibility. Since Godwin, we are the turbine manufacturers. We provide the wind solutions. So the renewable energy are not always consistent. So we have to say by means of the energy storage solutions and with reasonable cost. And also we need to provide advanced grid adjustment and also the control strategies and also the solutions. Those are the parts that Godwin right now is working hard to improve the system. Number two is how to enable the reliable, efficient, and also the low-cost operation of renewable energy, especially wind power systems on the specific geographies and also the climates. And those are the key challenges that we are facing in our wind industry and also at Godwin, not only just the turbine manufacturer. We try to facing this new higher shares of renewable energy, and we try to overcome those challenges. Thank you.
So we're going to go into discussion now, and again, to any of the audience that are online, please send your questions in, and they'll come through, and we can address them to the panel as we're going. So as we move to the panel discussion, I'm going to pick up first a question to Andy. This is about innovation, and what do you think are the key opportunities in wind power that can unlock that 100% VRE that Mission Innovation aims to achieve?
Okay.
What are the key innovations for you?
Yeah, at the current times, it's still a lot of challenges, but I would say higher shares of this viable renewable energy requires a systematic solutions of energy systems. Number one, energy storage, as the minister mentioned before. The key technologies are, for example, the development of integrated control of energy storage system, and also the centralized energy storage for a very weak power grid operation. Number two, improvement of grid collections. The primary frequency regulation technologies enables the wind turbine to participate in the wind in power grid stability maintenance, and also to provide good support for the power grid. So still at the current times, 100% VRE, especially for wind power, we see challenges for this, but we are, we have confidence that in the next 5 or 10 years, we're going to improve a lot, especially in these two areas. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. So handing over to Viviana now. I mean, Andy made the point around infrastructure and the role that infrastructure, and I think you said around flexible infrastructure is going to be a critical part moving that. So what transformation do you think is really going to be needed in that infrastructure and that sort of flexibility when we move to the VRE sort of world?
I think that we need to transform ourselves really in an orchestrator of the energy system at local level. And the smart grid evolution is a sort of first step, first layer to guarantee that we can proceed in what we call the grid futurability. So the capability to respond to all these environments is a combination of traditional equipments with innovative digital solution. So massive deployment of smart meter is an essential layer, advanced sensor, substation, grid automation, self-healing, all these capability of implementing all the technology within the network is essential. But I think there is also the combination of capability of managing, organizing the network as a platform in order to have this possibility to be open towards all the player and stakeholder.
So I think Viviana there highlighted, Carolina, the role of digitization, and digitalization, and a week goes by, we don't have to talk about digital twins. Will be an interesting week. So Carolina, what's your take on the role of digitalization to meet that sort of challenge? Do you see it as incremental, systematic, or disruptive?
I'm not sure that you have to pick one of them. I really think it depends on what bit of it, right? So digitalization is not a goal here, it's an enabler. So you are applying new processes or you're reviewing your tools in order to meet challenges as they come. In National Grid, we are looking at innovation as all of the above. So we are upgrading all of our existing processes and tools. Of course, we're taking advantage of the new capabilities that machine learning and AI are giving us. I say that sometimes it feels like you have a magic wand where things that are impossible to think of a few years ago. Now it's daily. We've increased our forecasting ability by, about 25% by applying the first principle of machine learning to forecast solar and wind generation. But it can be disruptive. So you mentioned digital twin. This is something that we're also busy working on in National Grid. What will that actually entail, and what will it mean, right? To create a digital twin of the electricity power system, or even of the whole energy system, what would it look like? What will it unlock? And I always remember what it did for traffic and maps. And if you're old enough to remember MapQuest, how you used to download the street that would take you to a certain restaurant or something, thinking that you didn't really need to have live data as your map, because it's not like the street was going to change. But once you start using live feed data, you start learning about traffic and how your own way, so the only way that you would take would change as you drove. So this is a value that you unlocked through that digital twin of the maps. And the same thing, of course, would happen in the electricity world. So in that sense, I would say it's disruptive, because you're accessing a wealth of new benefits and data that you weren't able to do before. So as I said, it's a combination of things. It is about improving your services, improving your comms, improving, in the case of the system operator, your visibility of the grid. And at the same time, it's an ability, or it's the opportunity to totally disrupt the way you're doing work. So it's not just about having single models that are looking at specific problems, but having a single holistic model that encompasses the entire energy system, and being able to have full visibility and being able to trade information with a gas network as well as electricity one.
Yeah, I think it brings that home, that federation of digital twins, and that idea that we're working in a systems of systems approach here. And actually, we want to move away from monolithic systems. Yeah, that's going to be an important part of this sort of step into the new innovation around that. And I think that sort of flexibility that digital gives you, and the sort of things that you're talking about, are exactly the challenge of that innovation. Moving back to you, Andy, we've talked a bit about digital there. You kind of work on the other end in terms of some of the big infrastructure. So what do you think is the next sort of innovations around the advanced renewable energy technologies themselves? And how can they help us get there faster? Is it going to be driving down the cost, improving efficiency, or is it going to be new ways, rather than generating electricity from wind, generating energy from wind? So where does that innovation pathway take us, and where should we be looking?
Well, when it comes to generation, I think every week there is a different flavor that you're hearing about, right? So I've seen everything from improvement on wind generation, which, as you said, it's at this point is more about bringing costs down, or being able to generate more power from less, wind potential, and so on. But it's also about learning how to integrate it best. So there's a lot of new technologies that are looking at, for example, how to work with storage technology. So they come directly with batteries. There's new technologies that are looking at how to convert back into gas and then back to electricity. One of the biggest concerns we have in the grid today is tied to constraint management. We've got different boundaries around the United Kingdom, especially connecting Scotland and England, where you have an excessive generation in certain times of the year, and that's going to keep on getting worse as more and more wind power gets added to the grid. Then learning how to convert to other energy vectors, or transform, for example, through hydrolyzers, and thus converting it into gas or even into hydrogen directly, and then moving it down from the boundaries. So these are things that are being developed today in the innovation space.
Excellent. So we've got some questions rolling in. So I'm going to interrupt you slightly. We've got some questions rolling in live on the chat. I'm going to turn to Viviana. Viviana, I don't know if you're in a position to answer this question. I've kind of chosen. Do you see a role of biogas and biomethane for creating the flexibility in the engine system? Viviana or Andy, if you want to take that one.
I can take this. I mean, in general terms, the flexibility can be really the capability to coordinate a different type of resources. It's clear that, to be honest, I don't see a central role of these type of sources. For that, I think it's more the capability to combine and be open to different type of sources, and combining storage with green hydrogen and demand-side response, and combining local versus centralized system. And this is the way of cooperating, because as a distributor, for example, we are more suited to be very local. And so when I think to how we can cooperate among players, I see really in the possibility to bring the systems in the most possible open coordination and without any limitation and in terms of technology, and really be technological free and open and not be concentrated in one specific.
Yeah, that flexibility seems to be a key message coming through this panel. So we've got another question just coming in. Andy, I'll turn to you because I think you talked a little bit about this. What other alternatives do the panel see for the long-term energy storage beyond batteries and demand-side response? So I don't know who wants to pick that up, Andy, or Viviane, or Carolina.
Well, when it comes to storage per se, everything is a way to store energy, right? So you've seen anything from hydropump to compressor systems to batteries. So there's mechanical, potential, electrochemical, there's hydrogen storage and so on. All of these are good. It really depends on the morphology, so on the geography of the place you're working with, on what are the restrictions of the specific country you're in. So electrochemical energy might work in some contexts and less in others, as well as what are the natural resources that the country has. So something was mentioned earlier about biomethane and so on, transforming into methane and actually trucking that energy below borders is another way that we're considering when it comes to how to release constraints in certain areas of the country. So again, anytime there's an idea, and when it comes to storage, the sky is the limit. There's always a market for it.
So I think a question maybe that Andy can answer here from the chat. How are we planning to address the waste issues around, for example, wind turbines when you replace them? Andy, I think you're on mute.
Maybe Paul, I can add a little bit for the storage in China's case. And we, in addition to what the expert said, we also have this pump storage in China that we consider for long-term these solutions, not just chemical or physical solutions. So pump storage, we have a lot of resources for this as a part of for renewable or in the future. So in addition to that, so Paul, your questions regarding Southern West, that the wind energies, is that your question?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, wind energy right now, the utilization of wind energy in particular areas, for example, in China, may not be 100%. Sometimes there's a waste, and for the energy. That right now we try to overcome this kind of shortage. Again, back to the storage solutions. Yeah. We are, the innovation, all the technologies that we are considered, not only at the Godwin, but also the other institutes in China, chemical solutions, the storage, and the physicals that we also have the projects for this, and also the gas solutions, and now the pump storage solutions that we think more right now for forward to reduce the waste of the wind power. The others is that right now the policies, the governments right now, they also make the efforts to reduce the waste of this wind energy.
Super. And then we're coming to the end of this panel session, which has been really, really enlightening. And I've got about 45 seconds left. So I'm going to come to each one of you. I'm going to ask you, how do you think or hope the power system of the future will look like in 2030? And you've got literally 10 seconds each to give me that sort of answer. Well, how do you hope or think the power system of the future will look like in 2030? I'll come to you, Viviana, first, in as short as you can be.
Yeah, I think that really we can develop and enable this increased volume of renewable. I think we need to do demonstration projects and pilots to prove the futures today. And I think we should collaborate with all stakeholders in initiative like this one of Power Mission, and that's it.
Thank you, Viviana. Carolina.
My biggest hope, I think, for the power system of the future is a system that empowers people. I would really like to see the consumer owning their own footprint and really becoming part of the system. So instead of just hoping that the system operator or the government or someone does something to save the planet, that people start contributing themselves and start being more part of the whole power system.
Thank you, Carolina. Andy, final word.
Okay, look forward for 2030. Of course, there are a lot of aspects, but since I'm the turbine manufacturer, so I would expect the successful development of a big capacity of power generation equipment, like 25 megawatts wind turbines by that time, with high efficiency and also higher reliability. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you to Anna Carolina Tortora, Viviana Vito, and Andy Zai for what has been a really enlightening panel session that really takes us to the question of what innovation can provide. So alongside global government and industry leaders, the mission would not be able to achieve its goals without the support of key experts from international organizations. Knowledge partners are essential to ensure the goal and the objectives of the mission stay in line with the latest technology developments, and that the solutions it provides have truly global impact. So it's my pleasure now to introduce a keynote speaker for this session from the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, who are one of the core partners of the mission, who's going to set out the global challenges and opportunities of delivering affordable innovations for power systems worldwide. Dolph Gielam, Director of IRENA, over to you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to address you today on the occasion of the launch of the new mission on a green-powered future. To achieve climate goals, emissions from the power sector need to fall dramatically in the next 2 decades. Power systems worldwide are facing unprecedented challenges, such as mass-scale integration of variable renewable electricity and deep electrification of end-use sectors. The IRENA World Energy Transitions Outlook was launched in March, and it contains a 1.5 degree scenario that shows that the shares of solar and wind need to increase to more than 60% of total power generation by 2050. Variable renewables are already the lowest cost form of generation in many parts of the world, but further bold action is needed to achieve the necessary deployment pace. We need to accelerate solar and wind capacity additions fourfold in the coming years. And total electricity demand needs to increase threefold between now and 2050. The key to success is greater flexibility of power systems. We need this flexibility to deal with challenges of balancing the system and to ensure that the security and reliability of energy supply is a given. The Green Powered Futures mission aims for power systems in different geographies and climates that are able to effectively integrate up to 100% variable renewables. At the same time, we need to maintain a cost-efficient, secure, and resilient power system. The IRENA Toolkit for Variable Renewable Integration and the IRENA Collaborative Framework on Integration of High Shares of Variable Renewables complement the activities of the Mission Innovation activity and can help to spread and deploy its findings globally. With its track record of successful R&D collaboration and its global network of clean energy innovation leaders, Mission Innovation is best placed to drive the innovation efforts in this area and help make the transition affordable and efficient for all countries. Our mission aims to mobilize global action behind an ambitious goal that can truly lead the transformation of our power systems. And international collaboration is critical to achieve the best results, ensuring that resources, knowledge, and best practices are shared widely to increase the impact. IRENA, with its 164 members, can provide a global platform to further spread the findings. A common approach will increase the ability to develop internationally collaborative solutions that can maximize respective member states' strengths and capabilities, allowing countries around the world to adapt innovative solutions to their respective contexts. Tackling the challenge through an international effort and a public-private coalition will support the creation of structured, scalable, and interoperable solutions that can enable faster decarbonization in an increasingly complex energy system. Pooling resources, skills, and expertise will bring numerous benefits in terms of cost efficiency, outcomes, and impacts. And also, IRENA is increasingly working with the private sector on issues of green hydrogen, power systems, design and operation, as well as standardization. We will be happy to bring our insights into the discussions in the mission innovation context. Ladies and gentlemen, the energy transition is a challenge, but together we can manage this challenge. It's innovation that holds the key to our success. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gielen. Indeed, innovation holds the key to our success. So thank you, Mr. Gielen. We're now approaching the end of this event. It remains for me to say thank you to all our ministers, our speakers and panelists, and you, the audience online, for joining this launch event. This launch event will be available to watch again online on the online platforms. I think if there was a message to leave you with, it is one of agility, innovation, and flexibility. And working together internationally, we can achieve that for a brighter, cleaner future. So it's now my pleasure to introduce the mission director, who will close this event with an outlook of what the next steps are for the mission and its members and the work ahead of COP26. And I hope to see many of you in Glasgow this autumn in COP26. So over to Luciano Martini, mission director for the Green Powered Future. Luciano.
Thank you very much, Paul, for the kind introduction and also for moderating the whole event at best. In my final remarks, I would like to clearly thank the Honourable Minister from the three co-leading countries from China, Italy, and the UK for their generosity and open mind in securing a very significant amount of money to the Green Power Future mission, the so-called Power Mission. We set a very ambitious goal to develop and to demonstrate innovative, affordable solution to run energy system worldwide with up to 100% variable renewable energy sources, such as wind and solar. But we are not alone. In fact, several MI countries that are world leaders in energy system modernization and decarbonization are sharing our vision and also fully committed to support our mission activity. And I want to name them all. Next, please. Austria, Brazil, Canada, European Union, Germany, India, Japan, the Netherlands, Republic of Korea, and Saudi Arabia. Thank you all. On top of that, we can also count on a strong support from key international organizations, and in particular, next, from IRENA and the World Bank. Our power mission will be truly public-private partnership, and I'm very glad to announce today that several key players from the private sector already agreed to join forces with us and to support our mission. Next. They are key players from the industrial sector that value innovation, and they know that the clean energy transition that is ongoing will represent a huge challenge, of course, but also a great opportunity to create, in terms of clean energy innovation, global market. I believe our power mission is already very strong and rely on a very strong coalition. And we also have a legacy from the Innovation Challenge 1 on smart grid. Next. However, we are open to new members, and we are also willing to build a bridge toward the other two missions that are launched today. Our power mission will be up and running shortly. We already fixed the date of our kickoff meeting, 18th of June, and we clearly define the first mission achievement. We do hope to have the possibility of a physical meeting at COP26 in Glasgow next. And in that occasion, for this very important event, to showcase the first outcome from our mission joint activity. In particular, we will be releasing the joint roadmap of global innovation priority. So see you at COP26. Next. Before concluding, I would like to thank the whole mission team for their great effort, the strong support and professional activity and dedication that allowed us to launch the mission today. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed this launch event, and I thank you very much for your kind attention, and see you at COP26 in November. Thank you. Bye.
Wow, Claudio, that was pretty impressive to listen to how they're going to actually higher the level of renewables in a grid. In the US, President Biden has got a commitment of 100% clean electricity on the grid by 2035. If only we knew someone that knew something about power in Chile to tell us what they thought of that mission.
Wait. I'm the head of the Power Producers Association, so I can tell you a little bit about that.
What do you think?
Well, first of all, I see they just brought up a picture of power production in Chile, and that's in Patagonia, actually. That's on the Magellan Strait, on the southernmost tip of the American continent. It's very close to Antarctica, and it's probably one of the windiest places on Earth. But let me take a few minutes to tell you a little bit of power in Chile, since you asked. Until recently, Chile produced around 40% of electricity from burning coal. But in 2018, we had a voluntary full phase out of coal was agreed between the government and the power generation companies. And by 2025, 50% of coal capacity will already have been phased out. So today, all new power generations and projects in Chile are renewable, mainly wind and solar. So market design, flexibility, storage, grid operation, and transmission will be key, as we heard in the discussion. So we're endowed with lots of sunshine in Atacama, as we saw, winds from the Pacific, which is everything but Pacific, heat from volcanoes and water from the Andes. But probably the most important underlying principles for this success has been the openness of our economy to foreign investment, the attraction of global talent, free trade, intense competition in our generation market, which brings innovation, sound public policy, and of course, a long-term commitment to sustainable growth. So we hope that the share of renewables in electricity will rise from the 46% today to above 85% by 2030. And definitely the climate emergency gives us little time. So the scope and need, the speed needed for this energy transformation is enormous. So the role of Mission Innovation 2.0 is definitely central to that.
Wow, thanks for sharing that with us. As I say, I wish I was there in person. I've always wanted to go to Patagonia. Maybe one day we'll be able to go see those wind plants by ourselves. It's pretty impressive, the percentage you're trying to get to by 2030. Okay, but I feel like we should move on to our next segment and hear more from ministers what they're going to be doing over the next decade to also get their targets and their clean energy revolution underway. So Claudio, I'll leave in your good hands, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, thank you so much, Claire. We are already two and a half hours ahead here in this, and I'm very excited by the work Chile, my country, is undertaking in the power sector, as I just explained. But I'm also very interested in hearing how other countries are undergoing their own energy transitions and the renewed commitments and initiatives that will bring to this Mission Innovation 2.0. So now it's my pleasure to bring you 9 Mission Innovation ministers who will share us with the advances underway in their countries. Let me start by introducing Minister Bento Albuquerque of Brazil and Leonore Gewessler, Minister from Austria.
Dear ministers and members of the Mission Innovation community, the Brazilian participation in the first phase of MI led us to launch a project to enhance data collection, governance, and indicators on clean energy research and innovation investment. One of our goals is to improve our spending by better understanding our domestic research and development landscape. We believe this is not just about the amount invested, but how it is actually spent. Therefore, Brazil will gladly take part in the Mission Innovation Insights module. We hope we can contribute to mission innovation through this ongoing experience. Brazil is also participating in the Mission Power. Our power mix is made up of around 85% of renewables. As we grow, our current challenge is to gradually rely less on hydropower and more on solar and wind power. This demands an even more complex energy planning and new solutions in digitalization, flexibility, and storage. We also look forward to joining Mission Bioeconomy in the next wave of missions. Turning to our domestic context, I am proud to refer to two programs that are currently under development and that will help us achieve an even cleaner energy mix. One of them is the Fuels for the Future, which aims at increasing the use of sustainable fuels and has a strong component of technology development. This program will not only tackle road transport, but also look into biokerosene used in aviation and sustainable fuels used in the maritime sector. I am certain that this experience will contribute to our discussions on bioeconomy within the framework of mission innovation. Brazil is also focusing on hydrogen development. Our national hydrogen program will address technology gaps and opportunities, as well as stimulate research and development. Biofuels and hydrogen are Brazilian top priorities in the United Nations high-level dialogue on energy. Please be sure to count on Brazil's long-standing clean energy experience in the next phase of mission innovation. I thank you all, and in particular, our Chilean hosts, whose efforts contributed to important results we are presenting today.
In Austria, we have set a bold target on national level. We want to be climate neutral by 2040. At the same time, the post-pandemic situation calls for major efforts to boost the economy, which we are directing towards climate protection. We will combine this with an assertive approach in research, innovation, and international collaboration. These two factors play an important role in our ambition as a small country to become an innovation leader in technologies and in solutions addressing the energy transition and the climate crisis. During our current decade, Austria will provide an annual amount of 1 billion euros in public money to fund climate protection measures across our national economy. Zooming in on our relevant R&D funding budgets, I can share that we will be able to raise them by almost 25% in 2021 and 2022, with money from our National COVID-19 Recovery Fund, and I'm firmly committed to keeping up our ambition and even looking for a further increase in the future. In 2021, we have started new R&D initiatives, which will result in demonstration labs in the fields of 100% renewable energy regions, climate-neutral cities, and circular economy. With these initiatives, we will prepare the ground for the rollout of technologies and solutions in order to reach climate neutrality by 2040. Austria supports the excellence governance model proposed for Mission Innovation 2.0, and I can confirm that we will continue to offer our in-kind contribution to the Mission Innovation Secretariat. We will participate in the recently established missions on power and hydrogen and seek to engage in the second wave missions on cities, industry, and bioeconomy. I'm proud to announce that Austria will engage in the Mission Innovation Platform with a focus on transnational research funding collaboration. We will do this by offering the lead together with Sweden in the module on annual joint calls, an exercise which was very successfully launched with the first two Mission Innovation R&D calls in 2019 and 2020. I would like to invite all Mission Innovation members to join the next Mission Innovation calls, one on heating and cooling solutions, the other on climate-neutral urban district and neighborhoods. Your contributions can make an important difference. Let me conclude by saying that Austria is proud to be a member of the Mission Innovation Initiative. Together with all of you, we are eager to accelerate the development and deployment of clean energy technologies and solutions and to work towards a climate-neutral future.
Thank you, Minister Albuquerque and Minister Gewessler. Thank you very much for these commitments. I'm certain that these are going to be extremely relevant for the post-pandemic recovery. So with that in mind, let me now introduce Minister Mirka Lintilä from Finland and Minister Juan Carlos Llobet from Chile.
Dear ministers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Finland is committed to MI 2.0. It is very important to invest in clear energy research and innovations to build the basis for sustainable recovery. We need clear energy innovations also to achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Based on our government program, we aim at reaching a 4% share of RD&D spending of GDP by 2030 and climate neutrality by 2035. Is it essential to allocate public funding to reach RD&D targets and climate policy targets? We have prepared industrial low-carbon roadmaps which show innovations part of various sectors to reach climate neutrality. During the last years, Finland has been able to increase investments in clean energy innovations. In the future, it is crucial to sustain and, wherever possible, increase investment clean energy RD&D investments. For example, Finland will invest 50% of its EU recovery and resiliency financing to climate solutions, including research, development and innovation activities. MI missions is an idea strongly supported by Finland. For example, hydrogen and power missions are very interesting. We are also committed to share best practices on MI platform. To summarize, for Finland, research and innovations are key tools to achieve climate neutrality. Finland supports MI 2.0.
It is an honor to be here with you today as we launch the next exciting phase of Mission Innovation. As a relatively small but enterprising country, Chile benefits enormously from international forums such as Mission Innovation to accelerate our clean energy and climate ambitions. We have been with MI from its inception and are thrilled to be expanding our role as it launches its second phase today. Chile and Mission Innovation share the same ideals to hasten clean energy solutions that are affordable, attractive, and accessible to all. Combining, collaborating, and cooperating with like-minded leaders, innovators, and technical experts in the field allow us to focus on outcomes that benefit us individually and collectively. While we lacked resources such as oil, coal, and gas that were the fuels of the 20th century, we are extraordinarily blessed with some of the world's best solar, hydro, and wind resources, renewable resources that will power the 21st century. During the first phase of Mission Innovation, we invested substantially in this vast renewable energy potential. Over the 5 years from 2015 to today, I'm delighted to say that Chile was successful in doubling our MI-related investments. These investments and collaboration with other MI countries led to the development of new solar technologies that are specifically designed to take advantage of the world's best solar radiation in the Atacama Desert. Renewable energy now accounts for roughly 46% of electricity generation in Chile. With innovations such as these, we are on track to reach our goal of having 70% renewable energy by 2030. We now have even larger ambitions. As we enter the second phase of Mission Innovation, I'm extremely proud to announce that Chile is taking a leading role in developing the mission on clean hydrogen, alongside Australia, the UK, and the European Commission. Our collective aim is to increase the cost competitiveness of clean hydrogen to build a global clean hydrogen economy. For this, we have partnered with several of our competitors in this space, focusing for now on collaboration at this early stage to foster a market that is estimated to grow to 25 billion by 2030, large enough for us all to play a significant role. Cooperation now in research, development, and innovation is essential to accelerate the deployment and use of this clean fuel. After all, we cannot compete if there is no field in which to play. Within the challenges of the clean energy transition, Chile sees enormous opportunity to transform many, if not all, of the industries of our economy and in doing so create new employment for our citizens and cleaner societies for our current and future generations. Investment and innovation in the technologies that will deliver these aspirations are key, and yet many have not reached the maturity, the scale, nor the cost needed to succeed. Starting today and working throughout the next decade, Mission Innovation will provide the platform for Chile and other member countries to continue the work we have already begun in bringing these technologies to market and help us achieve net zero by the end of 2050, or hopefully sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Jobet. Thank you, Minister Lintilla. It's amazing to see these back-to-back and to see the opportunities in collaboration. So let's keep going and hear from Dan Jørgensen from Denmark and Hiroshi Kayiyama from Japan. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, it's Tina Bru, Minister of Norway, and Vanya Gaba, Undersecretary from Italy first. So afterwards, we'll hear from the other two.
Friends and colleagues, climate change is global and can thus only be resolved through global cooperation. The goals of the Paris Agreement are challenging to achieve and require large efforts from us. And Mission Innovation plays an important part in the global efforts to reduce emissions. 5 years after Paris, we are now coming together to launch a new phase of our joint mission. I can assure you that Norway will do its part by reducing our emissions by 50 to 55% by 2030 and by 90 to 95% by 2050, compared with 1990 levels. Let me share with you some of Norway's efforts to boost the green shift and reduce our emissions through research, development, and innovation. We have launched Longship, a full-scale demonstration project for carbon capture, transport, and storage. The project will set up a full value chain for CCS, backed by strong government support. Longship has inspired both businesses and countries, and we are happy to see that new CCS projects now are being launched internationally. Also, construction is underway on Hywind Tampen, which will be the world's largest floating offshore wind farm. Backed by government funding, the project will boost floating wind innovation and bring costs down. And we also have big ambitions for hydrogen in Norway. Hydrogen-powered ferries will soon be crossing our fjords, and we are upping our efforts in research, establishing infrastructure, and market introduction to developing the hydrogen industry. And I must say, I find this proposed second phase of Mission Innovation very encouraging and inspiring. It is important to remember that we won't reach the climate targets without the private sector on board. Therefore, we must ensure that MI 2.0 becomes a real collaboration between the public and the private sector. Norway will be an active partner in the second phase of Mission Innovation. We have already decided to take a leading role in the mission on zero emissions shipping and have also joined the mission on hydrogen. Mission Innovation 2.0 has had a great start. Let's continue the good work and make it a success. I wish us all good luck in our common effort to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and I'm sure the initiative will help us reach the goals of the Paris Agreement.
Mission Innovation
represents an important global tool where political goals combine with R&D ambitions. As member of both communities, political and research, I believe Mission Innovation represents both political aspiration and scientific vision, working together for a greener world, boosting and enhance the dialogue among countries.
Il dialogo tra I paesi con mutuo vantaggio. In questo senso, collaborare con maggiore...
Therefore, we are all invited to collaborate with greater awareness for the challenges of the next years in order to find new clean technological solutions and innovative approaches of cooperation never realized so far.
Guidare I nostri comportamenti e le nostre scelte future. Se da un lato dobbiamo poter fare affidamento al
On one hand, we have to trust the technology progress that can help us to have less uncertainties for our future. On the other hand, we have to stress mission innovation targets aimed at sharing new clean technologies and research achievements to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all, as also stated in the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 7. Italy has been strongly committed in cooperating in mission innovation activities since it was established, and we believe that the future of energy is linked to innovation at a global dimension. We are fully convinced that working together with our international partners paves the way to better ideas and more impactful applications for end users.
tempi più ridotti. Durante la prima fase di Mission
During
Innovation,
the first MI phase, Italy participated actively at some innovation challenges, in particular as co-leader at the IC1 Smart Grids Innovation Challenge. Italy is very much committed in increasing clean energy R&D investments in the next phase of MI through investments and supporting the research centers as well as the private sector.
energia rinnovabile attraverso ingenti investimenti e sostenendo i centri di ricerca e il settore privato a accelerare la transizione energetica. Gli investimenti saranno
The
focalizzati
investment will be focused on 3 main sectors: smart grids, hydrogen, innovative energy materials. All the efforts are aimed at meeting EU decarbonization targets by 2030 and full decarbonization targets by 2050. Capitalizing on the successful results of IC1 Smart Grids, Italy will be the co-leader of the mission Power due to the high strategic importance of this mission. Italy will support also the mission Hydrogen.
collaborare con tutti i paesi interessati e perseguire un futuro più sostenibile per tutti. Grazie ancora per l'opportunità di rappresentare la posizione italiana e auguro a tutti noi il pieno successo della nuova fase di Mission Innovation.
Grazie, Undersecretary Gava. Thank you, Minister Bru. We would like to keep looking at different experiences. So let me introduce now, this time, Dan Jørgensen from Denmark and Hiroshi Kayama from Japan.
In the fight against climate change, we need all hands on deck. Governments, organizations, companies, citizens, everybody must take action. We need to raise our ambitions globally in order to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. We need to trim the sails. Mission Innovation 2.0 does just that. Accelerating global clean energy transition is a key pillar in addressing climate change. Therefore, Denmark remains fully committed to Mission Innovation and its next phase. Denmark has a long history of clean energy innovation. 30 years ago, we constructed the world's first offshore wind farm. Today, we are building on that legacy with the construction of the world's first energy island in the North Sea and one in the Baltic Sea. The energy islands will serve as hubs, or major green power plants that collect wind power from the surrounding wind farms and distribute it directly to several countries. This allows us to share Denmark's vast wind resources with the rest of Northern Europe. In their full capacity, the energy islands will meet the electricity demand of 12 million European households. And that is not even all. We also aim to convert surplus power into hydrogen and green fuels for trucks, planes and ships. This last step is actually crucial. For a large maritime nation like Denmark, reducing emissions from shipping is mandatory. To decarbonize the shipping industry, it is necessary to develop zero-emission vessels, port infrastructure, and green fuel supply chains. That is why we've been leading the development of the zero-emissions shipping mission in the past year. This requires close collaboration and deliberate collective action from the maritime industry, the energy sector, the financial sector, governments, and IGOs. Therefore, I'm very pleased that the United States, Norway, Global Maritime Forum, and Maersk Mc-Kinney Møller Center for Carbon-Free Shipping all decided to co-lead the mission alongside Denmark. The zero-emission shipping mission has the potential to solve one of the major challenges in the fight against climate change. Mission Innovation has made it possible. Building on the success of its first phase, Mission Innovation continues to facilitate international cooperation in its second and more ambitious phase. Denmark is on board. Thank you.
経済産業大臣の梶山博です。本日、志を同じくする閣僚の皆様とともに、日本がミッションイノベーションの第2期の活動に引き続き参加し、世界の脱炭素化に貢献をしていくことを表明します。2050年カーボンニュートラル、そして世界の脱炭素化への道のりは決して平坦ではありません。政府、企業、アカデミア、個人などあらゆる主体の取り組みが不可欠です。その中で我々政府は脱炭素の実現に向けたイノベーションへの挑戦を全力で応援します。まずクリーンエネルギー分野の政府投資についてですが、第1期の5年間での活動目標であった政府投資の倍増を日本は4年間で達成しました。また本年にはカーボンニュートラルの実現の鍵となる革新的技術について、その研究開発、実証から社会実装までを10年間にわたり継続して支援する2兆円のグリーンイノベーション基金を造成しました。今後も本分野への政府投資を強化していきます。次にイノベーションの道筋についてご紹介します。日本はすでにエネルギー・環境分野のイノベーションに関する戦略を有しています。この戦略では産業革命以降累積した CO2 の量を減少させるビヨンドゼロを可能とする革新的技術を2050年までに確立することを目指しています。この戦略に描かれたロードマップを官民のプレイヤーで共有し、重要な分野における技術開発を着実に進展させるとともに社会実装にもつなげていきます。また日本ではエネルギー・環境分野で野心的な取り組みを進めようとしている国々と連携し、イノベーションを進めるための協力を呼びかけ、経済と環境の好循環に向けた世界的な動きを先導していく考えです。ミッションイノベーションは世界の脱炭素化を目指す日本にとり重要なプラットフォームの一つです。第2期の個別分野の活動では水素・電力分野に参加し、ここで我が国の経験を共有するとともに他国の先進的な取り組みに学びたいと考えています。気候変動問題は人類共通の困難な課題ですが、乗り越えていかなければなりません。世界の英知を結集し、共に解決していきましょう。
Thank you, Ministers Jørgensen and Kayama. Definitely all these commitments reinforce my optimism, as we heard also from Bill Gates early this morning. So let me introduce, last but not least, Anders Ygeman, Minister of Energy and Digital Development from Sweden.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends, global warming is the defining challenge of our time. Everyone will be affected. The poor of the world are the least to blame for the development, but can be those who are affected the most. But nobody will escape the consequences. Sweden is among the world leaders when it comes to meeting the climate challenge. At the moment, we are all facing the additional hardship of the COVID-19 pandemic. This will pass, but we're committed to not just going back to normal after the pandemic. We want to build something even better. This will be done by creating new jobs, address societal problems, and not at least by invest in climate mitigation. We have the ambition to make Sweden the world's first fossil-free welfare state. One of the most important investments is in research and innovation. The focus for our investment could of course be on low-hanging fruits, but many of these may already have been picked up. We should therefore look towards the hard to abate sectors to make big impact. The industry sector is of great importance, both for meeting the climate challenge and to ensure our future economic and social development. Another important sector is mobility, transport, electrification of cars and trucks, fossil-free fuels for long-distance transport, new models of local transport. The possibilities are many. Sustainable, smart and zero-emission cities are of central importance. Not only do we see the need of finding new solutions for modern cities, we also see a high demand from citizens for new innovations. This is an exciting development we cannot afford to ignore. Research and innovation becoming better if done in collaboration. By cooperating globally, we can tackle bigger problems, engage the best scientists, and pool our common resources. The challenge is global, and so is the response. Sweden aims at being in the front of clean, green energy and sustainable energy development. New solutions will help in meeting the challenge of climate change. This, in turn, will help our industry to export our welfare, our country and the world as a whole. By being in the mission innovation, we will contribute to solving the problems and in return getting access to the solutions. Thank you for your attention.
Oof.
Wow. It's pretty cool to see all those ministers sort of like talking about their commitments and what they're going to do, especially when you see the images, the video footage.
Yeah, I definitely, well, I love the Swedish last one. I have to say, I've never been to Sweden, so just hope we can go back and to normal and have the chance for these to meet again. So
I was in Sweden for, I think it was the third ministerial, Mission Innovation Ministerial in Malmo, a super cool city. But it's funny watching, I was looking on Twitter while that was going on at some of the messages about the launch today. There's some sort of interesting threads going on. But I was tempted, Claudio, I have to say, to attempt to do a room rater of all the different ministers' backdrop. But I'm scared we might cause a diplomatic incident if we start rating their rooms. What do you think?
yeah, well, I think ministers were very formal. There were some more modern and some more very institutional. In my personal opinion, I would much rather rate the room of Paul Monks. That was a great one with the background. But I would like to remind people that you mentioned Twitter. People should follow us at the hashtag SEN12MI6 or hashtag #NetZeroSummit or connect at the MI Clean Energy RD. And also remind people that they're using this platform, that we're broadcasting this live, but there is also the expo, and then there will be the on-demand content with everything we saw today, and the ability to network with other people.
Indeed, and talking of platform, that's what's coming up next, I think. I think you get a break, and I'm going to introduce the platform launch.
Excellent. I'll take my break.
So just to recap, so far on the day, we've had 2 launches of the missions where groups of countries come together to tackle a particularly challenging aspect of the net zero emissions. So we've had the hydrogen launch and the green power launch. Now I'm going to introduce one of the new initiatives from Mission Innovation 2.0, and this is called the platform launch. It is for all members of Mission Innovation and their partners to collaborate in different pieces of the transition. So to come together and do different collaborative activities. For example, there'll be some different modules about insights and different calls for action. But to introduce the platform more formally, I'm going to call back to the stage Minister Vardhan from India.
His Excellency, Chair of the 6th Mission Innovation Ministerial, Energy Minister of Chile, delegates of the member nations of Mission Innovation, ladies and gentlemen, today I am honored and delighted to launch the Innovation Platform, a suite of programs led by and open to all Mission Innovation members, a platform that is slated to increase global confidence in emerging clean energy solutions. Building on the successes of the first phase through innovation platform, we will provide access to key and robust insights to track innovation progress and accelerate learning on innovation policy. This innovation platform will also help us to collaborate by exchanging knowledge, identifying key R&D needs, and convening funders. As a part of this platform, we shall be able to accelerate solutions towards the market by working with innovators, investors, and end users. Since 2015, we have been improving evidence on global clean energy investments. For instance, India, Brazil, and China have all reported on this for the first time. To maximize the impact of public investment in clean energy innovation, we need more and better data on innovation progress to inform more effective decision making at the national and international level. Over the past 5 years, we have collaborated on 8 innovation challenges with the aim of accelerating innovation in priority technology areas. While some of the innovation challenges have evolved into missions, others find a home in the innovation platform. Today, we are announcing 3 collaboration initiatives. Building on the success of the innovation challenges, international sustainable aviation fuel, materials for energy, and the innovation community on affordable heating and cooling of buildings. We are also announcing an enhanced Mission Innovation Call series to facilitate transnational collaborative clean energy research, development, and demonstration. I am also delighted to announce a new Accelerate initiative, the Mission Innovation Clean Tech Exchange. Building on India's Clean Energy International Incubator Center, set up by the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, in a PPP mode, this Clean Tech Exchange will create a network of incubators across mission innovation countries to support new innovations and help them to get a soft landing in international markets around the world. It will share country-specific needs, assessments, run joint scouting activities, support programs for startups, and conduct innovation exchange programs. The platform will complement and support other mission innovation programs such as various missions. Each initiative tackles a key gap in the clean energy innovation journey. I look forward to smooth implementation of these initiatives that will not only support mission innovation members but also the rest of the world in their clean energy transition. Many thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Vardhan, for introducing and officially launching the platform. To be clear, there are different activities where countries can come together and collaborate. Minister Vardhan mentioned the Insights module, and to tell us a bit more about what that means, we have 2 speakers next. First up, Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, Fatih Birol. The IEA has been instrumental in helping countries collect data to make decisions and also to track progress. Let's hear from Fatih Birol.
Dear colleagues, the level of commitment to fight climate change has never been higher. But take a step back and the picture becomes less optimistic. As our numbers show, this year, global emissions will increase substantially, the second largest increase in the history. International Energy Agency, we presented only a few days ago a roadmap for the world's energy sector to reach net zero by 2050. And in this report, we say that there are two major categories of homework we have in front of us. Number one, to make the most out of the clean energy technologies we have in the market, such as solar, wind, energy efficiency, electric cars, and the others. This is number one. But we have a second homework. We have to push some critical clean energy technologies that are under development today and not yet a part of the energy market, such as advanced battery technologies, hydrogen electrolyzers, direct air capture, among others. So therefore, what we believe is the leap in innovation is the key word if we want to reach our climate targets. First homework, make the most out of the existing mature technologies. Second, innovation for the technologies that are under development today. Our net zero report indicates that without international cooperation on clean energy innovation, we might miss the net zero goal by as much as 2-3 decades. So, international collaboration is critical to reach our climate goals. Mission innovation is the evidence that the governments understand their responsibility to work together, and dear countries, dear colleagues, you may count on the International Energy Agency.
You heard Fatih Birol set the homework there for countries working together. Looked a little bit like a professor, so I would do what he says. In all seriousness, I think it is a huge signal to politicians and investors and entrepreneurs everywhere, the fact that the IEA released their net zero roadmap. It's not going to be easy. I think it highlighted the tough decisions ahead, but all the more reasons why countries work together. Our next speaker to tell us a bit more about the Insights module is Director General of IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, Mr. Francesco La Camera.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to join today's launch of the new phase of Mission Innovation. In this critical year for responding to the impact of the pandemic and for the global energy transition, there are many reasons for hope. Renewable deployment again reached record levels. Renewable costs continue to fall. And more countries are increasing their ambition for 2030 and setting net zero goals for 2050. However, as IRENA World Energy Transition Outlook shows, the pace and scale needed to deliver net zero remain daunting. Our mainstream 1.5 degree scenario finds that electrification and energy efficiency are the key component of the energy transition toward a new energy system based on renewables and complemented by green hydrogen and modern bioenergy. But we need to up the pace. By 2050, power generation capacity needs to triple, with renewables supplying 90% of it. Our analysis also shows that most of the technology avenues we need exist today. We cannot wait for future breakthrough. But innovation is essential to accelerate the pace, reduce costs, and remove barriers across the energy system. And we are going to need closer international cooperation to ensure the solutions are accessible to all. That's why we in ARENA very much welcome this new phase of mission innovation. And I'm also pleased that the innovation platform focuses on the conditions needed for innovation to thrive. We need to pool knowledge to allow informed choices, and we need connect innovators with investments and the private sector. ARENA has been closely working with Mission Innovation on all these topics, and we look forward to continuing that important work. Net zero is a challenging goal, but through systemic innovation and closer collaboration, we can set the world on a climate-safe pathway. Thank you. Thank you for your attention and good work.
Thank you, Francesco. I cut my teeth in the labour movement in the UK back in the day, and I remember a battle around the sort of the mandate of the labour movement back then. It was a clause in the constitution which talked about, I always remember the words which are coming to my mind now. It said, by the strength of our common endeavour, we achieve more than we achieve alone. And I think that is made manifest with this collaboration platform, bringing partners together, bringing the private sector in, bringing the young entrepreneurs to sort of jointly tackle these challenges. So the next part of the platform, I think, is called a collaborative module. And to tell us more about what this module entails, we have a video which I think features Austria and Sweden, who are leading a mission innovation call for proposals. And this will become more clear in this video that's coming up right now.
Hello and a warm welcome to the audience of the launch of the Mission Innovation 2.0 platform. My name is Michael Hübner from the Austrian Ministry of Climate Action, and I'm very happy to introduce this very brief video pitch that we want to give on the Mission Innovation calls. Since our first introduction of the idea at the Mission Innovation Prep meeting in Chile, we were able to implement 2 pilot multilateral calls for projects, and I'm very happy to introduce 2 representatives of the platforms that we were leveraging: Hans-Günther Schwarz, a colleague of mine from the Austrian Ministry for Climate Action, and Fredrik Lundström from the Swedish Energy Agency. Can I ask you, what did we learn from our 2 pilot calls that we have initiated, and what are we going to do next?
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I think 2 key things that we've learned is, one thing is that leveraging on joint funding, it requires trust between funders, and it takes time to build up trust, starting by networks that already have this experience, and this trust is really good. The other thing we learned is that by leveraging on existing funding programs, we can save time. So we utilized our existing collaboration on the joint programming platform of Smart Energy System, the JPP SES, as we call it. This is a platform where 32 funding partners from 29 countries have a yearly planning and implementation of calls and additional activities to this that complements the dissemination of results and the monitoring of the projects. So for the 2021 MI call, we are preparing to launch a joint call on the accelerated heating and cooling transition. Here we will look into how we, with different heating and cooling solutions and also their integration into the energy system, can accelerate.
Heating and cooling solutions, I think, a very important topic for the global initiative Mission Innovation. But we also found a second platform that we can work with, and that's led by Hans-Günther Schwarz.
Right, this will be for 21. And just to answer your question, the Joint Programming Initiative Urban Europe is a research, development and demonstration funding network. So a network of funders that has a very strong focus on the urban transition towards sustainable solutions. And we want to start bicarbonate by achieving carbon neutrality on a district or neighborhood level. And the call that will launch in probably September or October this year will be exactly on carbon neutral urban neighborhoods. And we invite all Mission Innovation countries to participate.
An important activity to introduce everyone and to get people on board for this new calls in 2021 is the Funders Dialogue. Fredrik and Hans Günther, at the end of this session, can you briefly explain what the Funders Dialogue is about?
So another important activity to complement the joint calls is our new Funders Dialogue, which we want to initiate in the Collaborate module in order to give research and development funders across the Mission Innovation countries an opportunity to liaise and to discuss next calls and next call themes. The support will come from the two platforms which were described before by myself and Fredrik. However, we want to allow those funding institutions to come together, build trust, exchange about successes and challenges in research and innovation funding across borders, and to build on the calls that we've done so far to create new calls.
So after successful pilots, we are now really in the takeoff of the more or less joint multilateral program in the framework of Mission Innovation 2.0. And we would be very happy if many, many countries would join these successful activities.
Thank you, Michael, Hans Günther, and Fredrik. In Mission Innovation 1.0, I remember a workshop in London where people from around the world came together and they decided on the name Innovation Challenges. There was much wrangling whether they should be called quests or missions, but we set on the name Innovation Challenges. And these have become a success story of Mission Innovation 1.0. So much so, they have continued through this new platform, innovation platform. Minister Vardan referenced three of them that we're going to hear more about in a moment. And that is the relaunching of the Innovation Challenge for Advanced Materials for Energy, the Innovation Community for Affordable Heating and Cooling in Buildings, and the third is the Innovation for International Sustainable Aviation Fuels. These innovation challenges bring together and connect people working in the labs at universities and technical experts around the world with the policymakers in government making decisions about their priorities and their plans and what their national innovation pathway is going to look like, and of course, where they invest. So to bring these different groups together, innovation challenges are very effective. And we're going to hear more about these three relaunch of the innovation challenges now in this forthcoming video.
Hello, I'm Mark Cosgras, International Co-Lead for IC6. I'm very pleased to be here to tell you about the importance of energy materials in the fight against climate change. Within the first mandate of Mission Innovation, 18 member states participated in the Clean Energy Materials Innovation Challenge. IC6 developed a broader ecosystem supporting the low-carbon transition. This work created an innovation community, particularly in Canada, Europe, and India, that will emerge as Materials for Energy, or M4E, under MI 2.0's collaborative platforms. M4E will deliver self-driving laboratories described in the IC6 report, Materials Acceleration Platforms, that is available on the IC6 website. M4E is an AI-driven, cross-cutting platform providing technologies that connect the missions of MI 2.0 by accelerating materials innovation by a factor of more than 10. M4E's focus will be to convene the international community by aligning its research infrastructure, training highly skilled researchers, and transferring a diverse set of materials to the clean energy industry. I look forward to supporting the energy transition for a cleaner planet for future generations. Thank you.
Innovation in heating and cooling is critical if we're going to meet our future targets as well as deliver on our sustainable development goals.
We are the global innovation community for low carbon and affordable heating and cooling of buildings.
We intend to bring together the global research and innovation community with a shared vision and agenda
to facilitate new partnerships and collaboration and to accelerate private investments in delivering significant.
To capture and share our research, innovations, and best practices from a live information platform.
And Sweden contributes to identify the global challenges and develop the opportunities of low carbon heating and cooling.
The International Energy Agency Technology Collaboration Program on Heat Pumping Technologies. Looking forward to continue the collaboration.
Hello from the USA. OMI are excited about continuing our involvement within this community.
Greetings from Australia. Looking forward to working together on these global opportunities.
Hello everyone. I am Sangeeta Kasture, representing Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. Government of India has taken many initiatives to promote biofuel blending in transport fuel, including jet fuel. Department of Biotechnology has been promoting R&D to promote advanced biofuels through multiple instruments, both at national and international level. Moving towards MI 2.0, India has decided to continue leading IC4 initiative focused on innovations for sustainable aviation fuel, that is ISAF. Aviation sector expected to account for 3.5% of global CO2 emissions. And sustainable aviation fuels are key to reducing emissions, but there is need to address challenges related to higher production cost and limited feedstock. ISAF will advance R&D for sustainable aviation fuel, facilitating collaboration between members and stakeholders and exchange of best practices. This ISAF collaborative platform is jointly led by India and US with active support from China, Denmark, Netherlands, European Commission, and IEN Arena. India and US look forward to engage with global aviation biofuel community. Thank you.
Wow, you get a real sense of the sort of enthusiasm and the interconnectedness, I think, through those videos. Next up, so we've had the insights module, the collaborative module, and next up we're going to talk a little about the accelerate module. I think when you're starting out, it can be quite a lonely and daunting task to sort of create a new product or service to speed up our transition. A proven tool to help innovators are incubators that bring entrepreneurs together and provide them some assistance in sort of starting up, scaling up, and also accessing international markets. And so as an example of the Accelerate module, that's going to be a key part of the innovation platform. We're going to see a video now from India around the Clean Tech Exchange, which I believe is a network of incubators across India. So let's see that video as an example of the Accelerate module.
It's a matter of great pleasure and pride for me to be here on the launch of this very important Mission Innovation Clean Tech Exchange. I'm so pleased that the Clean Energy Incubator, which was set up by the Government of India in a public-private partnership mode, is today moving into its next phase, and that is the phase where it becomes a connecting bridge between the startups of all the Mission Innovation member countries. When the Government of India launched this in the first phase of the Mission Innovation, this was our commitment to try and bring in an innovation ecosystem to support startups, not just within our own country, but across the member countries of Mission Innovation. We have today more than 25 startups in this incubator, a large number of innovative ideas, and this is now moving forward to take this as a platform where we would have soft landing from other incubators, from other startups of different countries. And this reciprocal exchange of startups will give us not just an innovation ecosystem for the country where these startups are bringing in new technology innovations, but the whole mission innovation itself would become an excellent ecosystem for promoting new innovative ideas of new technologies, which would be soon ready for deployment in different places. I'm so very pleased to see that we have countries like Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Finland who already made their commitments. And I'm sure as we move ahead, we will have all member countries coming together. We would also like to see this incubator being now replicated and emulated in other parts of the world so that we can take our message of a clean energy ecosystem for research, for innovation, for technology development across the globe. This is today the need, this is today our commitment, and we are hopeful that collectively the mission innovation, along with the clean energy incubator, the next phase of the clean tech exchange will help us to take this forward to meet the objectives with which we have been able to set this forward. So congratulations to the team. Thank you so much to the Mission Innovation. Thank you to the Secretariat. Thank you to all the countries for giving us your support. And I, on behalf of Government of India, reassure you that we stand committed to fulfill this aim and objective. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Jacob Williams from the Royal Danish Embassy in New Delhi. I represent the Danish Ministry of Higher Education and Science. Denmark looks forward to joining India and other global partners on the Mission Innovation Clean Tech Exchange. To reach our global energy targets, we need to leverage new technology and innovation. The platform does this by establishing collaboration between our incubators and between our innovation clusters. Denmark has set aside money and resources for workshops and open innovation bootcamps for the first year of the platform's existence. We look forward to working with you.
Let me start by congratulating India on the creation of an international platform of clean tech incubators. Back in 2018, India was already visionary when it launched the first international incubator under Mission Innovation to promote innovation in the field of clean energy and stimulate research, innovation and entrepreneurship for our global initiatives on clean energy. Indeed, in Europe, we have also seen that speeding up the transition to clean tech or other global challenges requires support for startups and entrepreneurs to develop their creative ideas and test new technologies and products to make it to the market. And the recently created European Innovation Council seeks to address precisely this need. India's International Incubation Centre is also a unique public-private partnership, serving as an excellent example for leveraging more funding for research and innovation to accelerate the clean energy transition. By creating this international platform, there will also be more room for international cooperation, which can only speed up the deployment of innovations necessary to meet the carbon neutral targets that we have set for ourselves.
You caught me, Claudio. I think we're at the point in the proceedings where I was dancing to the music.
I can imagine. It's been quite a job, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm only, I don't know, partway through. What time is it? How long more do we have to go?
Well, it's almost noon, you know. So we got an hour and something more to go. There is a lot to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we, since you are now here in Chile, why don't we take a walk through Chile? We have spoken about Atacama, about Patagonia. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I have some minutes on speaking about not only energy, not only about the wind we have in the south or the lot of sunshine we might have in the north, but also here in central Chile, where Santiago is, it's a Mediterranean climate. So in that sense, I'd like to share with you something. We have here. That's exactly what I was asking to be able to share. Here, this is a picture of central Chile, pretty close to Santiago. We have here a Mediterranean climate. It's very mild, and it's where outstanding wine is produced. And that's why I wanted to make a special mention to a Chilean wine. I'm not getting paid by this wine, by the way, but it's a wine linked to the sustainability issue. And I'm sorry for having wine already. I'm sure somewhere in the world it's good wine time. This is
look what I have here. Look what I have here.
So this is Pulcura. It's a small vineyard and it's a certified B Corp. I don't know if you're familiar with the B corporations, and it gets all its energy from renewables. This vineyard was co-founded by Sven Bruchfeld, a great friend of mine, together with Gonzalo Munoz. We have seen Gonzalo a couple of times. He's not only the high-level champion, but he's also an entrepreneur. So with this wonderful climate here, we also have great food, particularly fruit and vegetables. And we are on the other side of the world, so you can get our fruit and vegetables in your winter and our summer. And with 4,000 kilometers of coast, we get this cold Humboldt stream from the south. We have also fantastic seafood. So Chile is not only climate, landscapes, national parks, but it's also a fascinating blend of indigenous population, and it has been an attractor of migrant talent throughout its history. So I definitely wish we could have had you down here. And
let's raise a glass to those vineyards. And at some point, it's almost noon, as you said. I hope my kids aren't watching, but salut.
No, my kids are in school right now, so they aren't watching either. So
I'll turn over to you. I'm going to go off with this wine. I'll turn over to you for the next batch of ministerial messages. I promise I won't drink it all.
Okay, take care. So we'll see you after the next section. So we are now into the last session of ministerial videos. We've already heard from Mission Innovation members pursuing a broad range of bold and substantive agendas. And I think this next group of 6 ministers will allow along the same ambitious path to see how they're doing in their countries. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, Minister from the United Arab Emirates, and His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, the Minister of Energy of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, President Paniera and Secretary Kerry.
The United Arab Emirates is honored to join you today for the launch of Mission Innovation 2.0. Since the original Mission Innovation was established in 2015, the basic idea behind this initiative that R&D investment is key to accelerating progress in clean energy innovation has more than proven itself. In the United Arab Emirates, for example, we have seen how continuous investment in solar technology has brought solar power costs down from $6 to almost $1 per kilowatt in just 5 years. And we are now a regional leader in solar energy, operating the 3 largest and lowest cost solar plants in the world. In short, investment in innovation has helped move nascent technologies from the margins to the mainstream. In fact, we are seeing this principle apply to other clean energy technologies like carbon capture and storage. 5 years ago, the UAE opened the first industrial-scale CCUS facility in the region, capturing CO2 from the production processes of Emirates Steel. Carbon capture technology is now expanding around the world as governments and corporations understand that climate goals simply cannot be met without it. While CCS technology is still costly, its environmental benefits are clear, and its ROI will only grow as the value of captured carbon increases. The trend is clear. R&D investment in clean energy technology is not only delivering social value, it is creating knowledge, skills, jobs, and new sectors for economic growth. As the second phase of Mission Innovation gets underway, the UAE is exploring new areas for clean energy innovation, such as hydrogen. Just 2 weeks ago, the UAE launched the first industrial-scale hydrogen project in the region that will use solar power from the Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park to produce hydrogen at a commercial scale. And at the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, we are leveraging our existing gas infrastructure to explore scaling up production of blue hydrogen. While hydrogen as a fuel source is still at an early stage, we are developing a roadmap to create a hydrogen ecosystem to serve both the UAE and the global market. The key takeaway from our experience in energy innovation is this: investing in developing clean technologies pays off over time and delivers value for the long term. I am confident that all the partners in the Mission Innovation Initiative have inspiring examples that will further demonstrate this fact, and I look forward to continuing to promote mission innovation at every opportunity. To that point, the UAE would be happy to provide mission innovation with a regular platform at the annual Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, the world's largest sustainability event that also hosts the largest gathering of energy, economy, and environment ministers. As we build ambition ahead of COP26 in this crucial year for climate action, I am proud of the work that Mission Innovation has inspired so far, and I look forward to its continuing impact for a brighter future. Thank you.
Dear Mission and Innovation community, more than 5 years ago, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was one of the founding members of Mission and Innovation. As countries, we to come together recognizing the importance of committing to investing in innovation to support economic growth, energy access and security, and lasting global response to climate change. In the last few years, we have worked with the MI members to advance clean energy innovation challenges. Saudi Arabia has co-led the Innovation Challenge number 3 on carbon capture, utilization and storage, and participated in other innovation challenges. In addition, Saudi Arabia hosted the last ministerial meeting of Mission Innovation in 2020. The world has changed, and clean energy innovation is more important than ever. Today, we have the opportunity to advance our significant achievements as we move on to a second phase of Mission Innovation. Saudi Arabia will continue to its commitments and support to the Mission Innovation in its second phase. To reflect our commitment to our environment and leading global effort in sustainability, Saudi Arabia announced the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative, which seek to reduce global greenhouse gases emission by more than 4% of global contributions. We have also launched our Circular Carbon Economy National Program, utilizing the CCE approach as a holistic, integrated, inclusive, and pragmatic approach to mitigate the challenges of climate change impacts and advance cleaner and more sustainable energy systems. We believe that technological innovation is a key element of the implementation of Saudi Arabia's ambitious program and initiatives. And we trust that Mission Innovation provides an important platform to advance international collaboration in clean energy innovation. Thank you, and I look forward to a successful second phase of Mission Innovation.
Thank you, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud and Minister Sultan Al Jaber. I'd like now to go back to Commissioner Maria Gabriel. We've heard from her earlier this morning from the European Commission, and Xi Guangwang, the Minister of China.
Ladies and gentlemen, today Mission Innovation closes the first chapter of its activities. We are proud of what we have accomplished so far, but we need to step up global efforts to make clean energy options widely available and affordable. This is why I'm very excited about the launch of the second phase of Mission Innovation for the next decade. For us, this means keeping the high level of funding for clean energy. We'll allocate at least 35% of the Horizon Europe budget to climate-related activities. It also means developing a roadmap of technologies and working closely with other countries to build synergies. The second phase will focus on finding solutions to the energy challenges of our times. I'm looking forward to the first missions, the one on hydrogen, which we co-lead, and those on shipping and power, which will follow with great interest. As we take stock of the first 5 years of Mission Innovation, there is a lot to be proud of. Mission Innovation members increased their annual clean energy funding to the benefit of researchers and innovators in academia as well as the private sector. The innovation challenges allowed ambitious initiative to tackle persistent technological challenges in grids, fuels, materials, and buildings. The launch of the Hydrogen Valleys Global Collaborative Platform crowned our collaboration on hydrogen. And today, this unique online information exchange platform provides integrated and systemic solutions for 29 hydrogen valleys in 17 countries. Finally, Mission Innovation and Clean Energy Ministerial Cooperation exemplifies the need to find the intersection of technology push and demand pull and to improve understanding of new technologies among policymakers, infrastructure managers, and regulators. Without integrated actions across multiple sectors and continents, global climate commitments will not be met. Mission Innovation is ready to go further and to accompany countries on their pathways to net zero by accelerating the deployment of clean energy technologies through innovation. Time is running out, and we have to make the best possible use of it, together. This ministerial is an important step on the road to Glasgow. COP26 is an opportunity to bring together all stakeholders, governments, academia, civil society, industry, and individuals. Mission Innovation will be there to promote greater inclusion, especially of women and youth, to build a greener and more resilient future where no one is left behind. Thank you.
尊敬的胡安·卡洛斯·霍维特部长，各位部长，首先，我代表中华人民共和国科学技术部，对第6届创新使命部长级会议的召开表示热烈祝贺。自2015年成立以来，创新使命部长级会议始终关注全球清洁能源技术发展，以科技创新、国际合作推动全球应对气候变化，取得了积极进展。 中国政府一贯高度重视，并将继续深度参与创新使命部长级会议。现行能源结构及使用是造成二氧化碳排放的主要因素。清洁能源技术创新是降低二氧化碳排放的关键手段，为改善能源结构、保障能源安全注入不竭动力。我们要清醒认识到温室气体排放的巨大压力，持续加强清洁能源技术研发。碳达峰、碳中和将带来一场由科技革命引起、涉及经济社会环境等重大系统性变革，其意义不亚于3次工业革命。中国提出未来5年大幅削减碳排放量化指标，积极推动2030年碳达峰、2060年碳中和进程。到2030年，中国单位国内生产总值二氧化碳排放量将比2005年下降65%以上，非化石能源占一次能源消费比重将达到25%左右。中国支持创新使命部长级会议开启第2阶段合作，将继续关注智能电网、太阳能光伏、风能、生物智能、氢能等技术的研发，并愿意与各成员方加强务实合作。在此，我宣布，中国将在创新使命部长级会议第2阶段与意大利、英国联合牵头绿色电力未来使命。我们欢迎其他成员国积极参与，围绕高比例可再生能源发电的应用和示范，共商创新解决方案，携手推动电力系统绿色转型。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Minister Wang and Commissioner Gabriel. I'd like to introduce now Anne-Marie Trevelyan, the Minister of State for Business, Energy and Clean Growth from the United Kingdom, and Jennifer Granholm, Secretary of Energy of the United States.
Thank you, and my thanks to Minister Joubert for hosting this important Innovating to Net Zero Summit in this critical year for climate action. As we fight to make the world a cleaner place, Mission Innovation is an incredibly important initiative, and I am truly proud of the UK's membership and leadership. The UK was the first major economy in the world to pass laws to bring all greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. We have more than doubled our investments in clean energy innovation against our baseline over the past 5 years, passing £550 million last year. And today, I'm delighted to announce our membership of the second phase, helping to drive a decade of innovation that can put the whole world on a faster track to net zero. Our goal is to see clean energy technologies which are cost competitive, which create good jobs, and which are viable around the world. To do that, we must now accelerate research, development, and demonstration. And this is why the Prime Minister singled out innovation as a priority in his 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution. This builds on our £1 billion net zero innovation portfolio and will accelerate our journey to net zero, creating world-leading industries and new jobs. But no one ever changed the world by working alone. Together, we raise expectations and send a stronger signal to innovators and investors of our commitment to net zero transitions. Through joint projects and knowledge sharing, we accelerate learning. Mission Innovation is the place where governments can make this happen. And today I am committing to enhancing our leadership. We will co-lead 2 missions on hydrogen and power. We will join the shipping mission as core members through our Department of Transport. And we will continue to lead the Secretariat, doubling the support that we provide. So I look forward to working with other ministers on the road to COP26 and beyond, to turn the goals we are setting today into reality and make net zero solutions affordable for all. Thank you.
Hello from the US Department of Energy, where on behalf of the Biden administration, I'm thrilled to launch Mission Innovation 2.0. In the time since we started the first iteration of Mission Innovation, the imperative to address the climate crisis has only grown. More than ever, we need fearless innovation to improve clean energy technologies that we already have, while simultaneously advancing those on the cutting edge, from carbon capture to hydrogen and beyond. And here's the thing. Not only do these technologies hold the key to reducing emissions, they will unlock a new era of global prosperity. By the end of the decade, they'll make up at least a $23 trillion market worldwide. So the race is on to stake a claim. And that's why President Biden has proposed the American Jobs Plan, which calls for massive investments in clean energy research, development, and importantly, deployment. And it's also why the Department of Energy will soon announce a new effort that marshals all sources of American ingenuity to take bold and achievable leaps in hydrogen, in carbon capture, in industrial fuels and energy storage. And as a preview, we aim to lower the cost of clean, renewable hydrogen by 80% before 2030. Which will help us drive the hydrogen mission that we are joining. Our goal is to raise the bar through constructive competition and then spread these technologies through international collaboration. And that's why we're co-leading the shipping mission to create new fuels and other technology options while ensuring that port communities benefit from the energy transition as well. And it's why we've already started to plan ambitious research for the mission on carbon dioxide removal with our Mission Innovation partners. And more importantly, it's why we'll host the Clean Energy and Mission Innovation Ministerials in 2022. We are eager to take stock of recent successes and, importantly, to chart our next bold steps and to move forward together. What's clear to us is that every country stands to gain from the clean energy transition. It's one of the reasons why we've championed innovation roadmaps for Mission Innovation 2.0 members. Since you agreed to lay out a plan for matching your investments to our climate ambitions, we'll have the means to grow our economies while we innovate toward net zero future. So on the road to Glasgow and beyond, let's inspire one another, let's challenge one another, and let's solve this global emergency together.
Well,
very inspirational. I'm ready to go.
Great. Oh, that's really fantastic. So thank you. Good to have you back, Claire, and go on for the next section.
Okay. Well, the next section, why don't you go grab some lunch? I'm sure you're very hungry. The next section is of collaborating organizations. From the beginning, Mission Innovation have brought governments together, as we've learned, and ministers are obviously gung-ho about committing for the next phase. But they also work very closely with other organizations. So now we have a sampling of those organizations, and we're going to hear from the World Bank, from the World Economic Forum, and also then from Breakthrough Energy. So there are videos to sort of show what they are doing to collaborate and what they are pledging to do for Mission Innovation 2.0. So let's take a look.
Good morning and good afternoon. My name is Dimitrios Papathanasiou, and I am the Global Director for Energy and the Extractives at the World Bank. This is a very exciting moment to see 4 leading countries come together and converge around a common goal of accelerating clean energy innovation and develop solutions that will enable countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to net zero in line with international goals. We applaud the effort made by everyone here today to continue Mission Innovation and make Mission Innovation 2 a reality. The World Bank also shares the view that innovation in energy is key to coming up with solutions that can offer feasible and economic clean alternatives to fossil fuels. We think that this is a massive economic opportunity for the world and for those countries that still lack access to clean and affordable energy sources. In developing countries, the challenge of achieving net zero is also complicated by the fact that around 800 million people still lack access to electricity, while about 3 billion people are still cooking with dirty, polluting fuels that cause health problems to women and children all around the world. These figures come from our upcoming SDG 7 Tracking Energy Progress Report and are current as of 2019. Nevertheless, in 2020, COVID-19 spread around the world, and the potential is that things and the figures of progress are now retreating, making energy unaffordable and diverting the investment needed, especially in places like Sub-Saharan Africa and elsewhere, as government deficits are increasing due to the health crisis. On top of these challenges, many developing countries have special conditions such as weak networks that limit renewable deployment, higher exposure to climate disasters, and the lack of capacity to design and operate new technologies. For all these reasons, we are collaborating with the Mission Innovation Power and the Mission Innovation Hydrogen Mission to develop solutions with leading innovators that are adapted to the needs of developing countries and to better connect the innovation pipeline between developing and advanced economies. For instance, we look forward to seeing affordable 100% renewable grids, mini grids, that can become a reality, and innovative hydrogen-based solutions that will power economic activities in places that cannot be easily electrified by extending the network. The fight against climate change cannot be won if we are not inclusive when it comes to the energy transition and looking for new solutions to these energy challenges. The World Bank is committed to supporting innovation in the energy sector, and we look forward to working with all partners under Mission Innovation. Thank you very much.
Hello. It is an absolute honor to be here today for the launch of Mission Innovation 2.0. The World Economic Forum has been a partner of Mission Innovation since 2017, and we very much look forward to continuing and further strengthening this collaboration as Mission Innovation enters its second phase. As we all know, in the race to net zero emissions, winning slowly is really the same as losing. So therefore, and now more than ever, a systemic approach and an effective collaboration is needed to break down the barriers for net zero industry and energy transition. Technological breakthroughs need to be adopted, commercialized, and scaled in a coordinated way. The World Economic Forum can, together with Mission Innovation, strengthen this critical interface between the public and private stakeholders and the wider ecosystem, including collaborators such as Breakthrough Energy and the International Energy Agency. I briefly highlight a few opportunities that can be leveraged in the next phase of Mission Innovation. First, the Mission Possible Partnership, which aims to land critical net zero breakthroughs at COP26, designed to initiate tipping points to pump prime systems change across 7 industrial and mobility sectors. The Mission Possible Partnership serves effectively as a platform to explore those technology priorities, the net zero roadmaps, and the specific public-private collaborations, such as on piloting new technology solutions through the MPP streams or the Mission Innovation missions. Secondly, and in particular, we welcome the launch of the hydrogen mission. We see great value in this new effort and believe it will significantly drive forward the clean hydrogen economy, which is a critical tool to reach net zero. And we look forward to strengthening our collaboration with the Forum's own Accelerating Clean Hydrogen initiative. Thirdly, the World Economic Forum offers 2 distinct mechanisms to help mobilize action for Mission Innovation. The Uplink platform is a tool to crowdsource solutions and innovators in and around the Mission Innovation challenges. Also, we offer an open invitation to form a joint public-private Innovation for Net Zero advisory board to foster synergies and raise ambition for Mission Innovation. The World Economic Forum is committed to shape and grow this critical agenda. And for that purpose, we've also launched a house-wide climate action platform, which will provide a focal point for partner commitments, action, and engagement on getting to net zero ahead of COP26 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to the launch of Mission Innovation 2.0. Since the beginning, Breakthrough Energy and Mission Innovation have worked together to make the case for early investments in the technologies that will help the world avoid a climate disaster, so we can bring critical new products from the lab to the market. I would like to thank Sebastián Piñera, President of Chile, and Juan Carlos Obet, Minister of Energy, for hosting the 6th Mission Innovation Ministerial. Chile was an early partner in Mission Innovation and has demonstrated real leadership in the global effort to develop green hydrogen. In the 6 years since we started on this journey together, Mission Innovation members are now collectively investing over 20% more every year in clean energy research, development, and demonstration than when this initiative launched. That's a remarkable achievement and a strong foundation on which to build. Though we have been successful, we have a lot more work to do. In 2021, we need to continue to commit to investments in early stage research efforts to create the technologies we will need to reach our mid-century decarbonization goals, and we need a much greater focus on how we can demonstrate those technologies in commercial settings and start building markets for the green products the world needs. We need to quickly reach the critical tipping points where we eliminate green premiums so every community around the world can afford to deploy these technologies at scale. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused incalculable damage. The response and the development of the vaccines have proven that when the world puts its mind to innovation, there is little we can't solve. As we build back from this human and economic tragedy, we have to remember the lesson and use the resources to build a new economic foundation and clean industrial infrastructure that creates jobs while solving our climate crisis. We can do it, but this will only happen if we build a new generation of public-private programs that can create the markets for these products to succeed and rapidly come down the cost curve. We are already making progress towards that goal. Today, we announced a new effort with the European Commission called Breakthrough Energy Catalyst. This ambitious partnership will build the commercial demonstration infrastructure in Europe to jumpstart these markets and accelerate the cost declines we need. We look forward to working with the Commission and other public and private partners on this ambitious goal to build the commercial demonstration infrastructure around the world to jumpstart these markets. When we build this global coalition, we will provide a new approach to financing to reward those with the courage to truly address the core challenges of decarbonization while building the projects that will lead to really scaling these industries. So there's a lot to do in this next exciting phase of Mission Innovation. Let's get to work. Thank you. Okay, well,
I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the collaborating organizations for not just their videos, but also their support over the past 5-6 years and their forthcoming support to make all the commitments being made today a reality.
Well, it's noon. Have you realized that, Claire?
Goodness. 5 o'clock somewhere, Claudio. I might start drinking now.
Yeah, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling like really motivated. Mission Innovation always makes me feel very motivated and inspired. Like, we can do this, we will do this. Like, all the videos, all the people, like all the ministers promising to cooperate and collaborate. It really makes me feel inspired. However, the back of my mind, I mean, Jonah just talked about the pandemic, right? And sort of you realize emissions dropped in 2020, I think by 7%. And it just gives you a sense of the scale of the challenge before us. We're 2021, and a lot of the promises being made for Mission Innovation 2.0, I think will take us to 2025. Like, we have to halve emissions. As I said at the beginning, that's how I ground this. And I just really hope
in that sense, it's definitely, think of our case, Claire, the generation sector, and I spoke about this a little bit before. We've reached peak emissions about 4 years ago, and I think that is definitely possible everywhere else. So if we use that from the generation sector expertise and bring that over. I'm same as you. I think we could be optimists about this. I'm an optimist. So yeah, I also feel the same. It's like the pandemic. Everyone is a roller coaster, up and down, and emotional. So this inspires me, and I'm really happy. Even though we're already so have covered so much, there's at least a little bit to cover.
I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist by nature, not always by analysis. That's what the chair of E3G always says. I'm just very mindful that, I mean, when we're trying to there's one prize here, and that is to cut emissions, right? That is the prize. We've got to keep our eye on the prize. They dipped last year because of the pandemic, and now they're at danger. It's great that Chile has got peak emissions, and we've heard from many countries they've peaked and they're decoupling growth from emissions, which is a really good story. But I fear as the economies come back, we'll see emissions spike. And Fatih Birol said, he laid out the challenge, like they have to start coming down. So I'm very optimistic, I'm very inspired and hopeful that we actually bend that curve.
Well, I'm absolutely certain that as we can bend the curve of the pandemic, we also will be able to bend the curve of climate change. And for that, I'd like to go to launch the last section of the last launch, which is the shipping mission launch. And for this, I hear we already have with us, and I'd like to present Thomas Anker Christensen, the Climate Ambassador of Denmark at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Climate Change, Energy and Utilities, who has a long history of working to support and implement climate action. Thomas, good to have you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Claudio, and thank you for putting on a great show. It's great to be with you and with everyone else who is joining this session. I understand it's the last session of today, and we're happy to be bookending the launch of Mission Innovation. Mission Innovation on shipping is a new mission that we're launching. It's led by the governments of Denmark, the US, and Norway, as well as the Global Maritime Forum and the Maersk Mc-Kinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. As mentioned, I'm the Climate Ambassador of Denmark. I'm working for the government as a whole, based in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Development, and Climate, Energy, and Utilities. And I'm going to moderate the next hour. And we have a great lineup of both government officials and key industry players. They will be sort of coming in two groups, and across the two, we will highlight public-private collaboration and the need for cross-cutting innovation to meet the mission objectives of the Mission Innovation. I have to remind you that we are on a tight time schedule. So speakers, please keep your remarks within the time allotted. I will cut you off. I'll be fair, but brutal. And please, audience, also use the interactive tool, the so-called Mentimeter, where you can vote on the discussion questions for the panelists online or through the app with the code that is shared in the chat. And to start, we have a video featuring the co-leads, and I think we can kick off the video, please.
The maritime industry is essential to global commerce, transporting close to 90% of all world trade, and that creates nearly 3% of global GHG emissions every year. These emissions are not just harmful to the planet's climate, they leave people residing in port communities in poorer health. we can and we should do better. And that's why the US is proud to co-lead the mission for zero emission shipping with Denmark and Norway. We're taking a whole of government approach and work hand in hand with public and private partners to speed the development of low carbon fuels and technologies and reduce emissions. Together with our mission partners, we will build a blue economy that benefits people and the ocean and the climate. Onward!
Norway is determined to foster the transition to a zero carbon economy to meet the Paris Agreement temperature goal. Zero emission shipping is a priority for Norway, and it's growing rapidly. Batteries, hydrogen, ammonia, and biofuels are being introduced at a growing rate. I am hopeful that the cooperation within the zero emission shipping mission will stimulate innovation and provide for the needed uptake of sustainable zero emission solutions in all parts of shipping. Norway is delighted to join the mission as co-lead, and we will bring our wide maritime expertise into the cooperation.
As a green frontrunner and one of the world's largest maritime nations, we have an obligation to decarbonized and sustainable shipping. That is why I am very happy to have such ambitious partners from the public and the private sector in the zero emission shipping mission. Together we will make zero emission vessels the natural choice. We will make a greener future.
The shipping industry needs to decarbonize to be part of the solution to the climate crisis. It's not easy, we don't have a lot of time, but it is possible, and now is the time to act. The Mærsk Mc-Kinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping is all about accelerating the transition by finding solutions through collaboration with partners across the ecosystem. Together with our partners, we are proud and excited to be part of this extremely important mission.
The Global Maritime Forum is founded on the idea that progress happens when people from all parts of a system collaborate. As the founder of the Getting to Zero Coalition, what we bring to the Zero Emission Shipping Mission is a powerful alliance of 150 companies across the maritime, energy, infrastructure, and finance sectors who are committed to getting zero emission vessels on the deep seas by 2030. We look forward to working together with our government co-leads and industry partners on deploying innovative solutions to the benefit not only of the maritime industry, but society as a whole.
Welcome back, and that was a great presentation of the goals and mission of Mission Innovation on Shipping. Thank you to the US, Norway, and Denmark, to the ministers for kicking us off, and to also the Maersk Center and the Global Maritime Forum for their co-lead on the mission, and of course to the governments partnering with us and supporting it. They were mentioned in the video, but just to repeat, those are India, Morocco, the UK, Singapore, France, Ghana, and South Korea. And if there are people listening who'd like to sign up with their government from the Mission Innovation Partners, please let us know. With that, let me welcome the panelists, and I think they will pop up on the screen as I mention them. First one being from the government of Denmark, Rikke Vetter Olufsen, the Deputy Director General of the Danish Maritime Authority. Hello, Rikke. Then from the United States, Kelly Speaks-Backman, the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. That's a long title, Kelly. Welcome.
Thank you.
And finally, from the Government of Norway, Sveinung Oftedal, Specialist Director for the Ministry of Climate and Environment. Hello, Sveinung. Welcome.
Good evening, Thomas.
Good evening. So I will ask you each the same question, and hopefully you can keep your answer quite brief so that we can have a discussion. But Rikke, starting with you, what does Denmark bring to the mission? Why is Denmark a co-lead?
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. To make zero-emission shipping a reality by 2030, I mean, there's no doubt we need strong international cooperation and private partnership driving the development. And that is why I'm so proud that we are able to launch this zero-emission shipping mission today, and that Denmark is co-leading such an important mission with our strong and ambitious and driven international partners. And being a leading nation, a leading maritime nation, and also a front runner when it comes to green energy, I mean, Denmark has chosen to be a co-lead of the shipping mission because we believe we can contribute with both commitment and ambition, and not least a lot of useful experience when it comes to public-private partnerships. There's no doubt decarbonization of shipping is part of the Danish government's climate strategy, and it aligns with existing climate initiatives that we have within energy and shipping. And this includes the establishment of the world's first energy island, which will produce green fuels, and also from offshore wind farms through Power-to-X technologies. And these fuels will be able to be used for zero-emission shipping as well. And as a country with ambitious climate goals, we see a great potential in the shipping industry. I mean, there's no doubt that one of the large emitters is shipping, and reducing international shipping's emissions will make a substantial contribution to the goals of the Paris Agreement and also the targets set by the International Maritime Organization. So the shipping mission, as we see it, must ensure that zero-emission ships and also fuels become commercially attractive and available worldwide for the benefit of both the climate and the generations to come, but not least also the blue economy. And that requires both development and demonstration and deployment of zero-emission fuel ships, and also the infrastructure in a coordinated fashion that goes across the entire value chain. And for this to take place, we need both public and private stakeholders, and we need it to be across borders. And that is why we find it very important that we have such strong international partners on board this shipping mission if we are going to succeed. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Rikke. I hope the audience can follow the Mentimeter. I encourage you to vote on the questions that you would want to ask the people in the panel, because once we have heard from Kelly and Sveinung about US and Norway interests in the mission, we will start looking at the questions that you have voted to be asked. And with that, Kelly, same question to you. What will the US contribute to meet the goals of the mission, and what do you bring to the innovation challenge from the US?
Well, thank you. First of all, I'm very excited to be here today to celebrate the launch of the new zero-emission shipping mission, and to talk about the United States' role in the innovation challenge that we have in front of us. We all know that commercial shipping is the backbone of global commerce, carrying close to 90% of all world trade, and we have to address this crucial link in the supply chain so that many businesses that rely on it if we want to decarbonize the global economy by 2050, we've got to keep the goals of the Paris Agreement within reach. And that's why we're so excited to be co-leading this mission with Denmark and Norway to help the maritime industry reach and exceed its decarbonization goals. We in the US recently announced that we'll be working with countries in the International Maritime Organization to adopt a goal of zero emissions from the international shipping by 2050. And this mission is really a critical step in the transition to a zero carbon shipping sector. We have a strong maritime heritage. We have tens of thousands of commercial vessels, some of the largest ports in the world, some world-class shipyards, 7 maritime academies, and a maritime workforce that numbers in the hundreds of thousands. In addition to our maritime expertise, we also are a leader in the clean energy technologies. I happen to have the pleasure of running the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, and we invest billions of dollars each year in research, development, demonstration, and deployment projects. Our national laboratories and our academic institutions are some of the most well-respected R&D institutions in the world. And this strong maritime heritage and the clean tech expertise are what US will be bringing to this mission. Shipping connects economies all over the world, which is why collaboration is so incredibly important, and we get that. Transformational change in this sector has to be made collectively. So we're thrilled to be working with both public and private partners from all over the world on this effort, including our co-leads and the other co-leads from Denmark and Norway and the Global Maritime Forum and Maersk McKinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. The mission we've laid out, it's not easy, but it's going to require bold and aggressive action. And we have already supported several projects researching and demonstrating hydrogen, biofuels, and even wave and tidal energy for maritime applications, often in partnership with the U.S. Maritime Administration. So throughout this mission, we're going to look forward to leveraging this past work and starting on new projects and create a clean future for this whole sector. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And you're really describing disrupting shipping as we know it in order to, well, do it and
very
make
exciting
fit for the future. Absolutely. Svein, same question to you, Norway and the mission. How will the mission meet its goals in from a Norwegian perspective, and what do you bring to the innovation challenge from Norway?
Thank you, Thomas. First, I have to say, let there be no doubt, the transition to zero emission shipping will be the most important and wide-reaching transition in the modern history of shipping. Norway will bring 4 key assets into the zero emission shipping mission. 1, a commitment, a government policy to deploy low and zero emission solutions in all ship segments, combined with a policy for emission cuts. In order to succeed on decarbonizing global shipping, you also need to have a policy to decarbonize domestic shipping, and we do have so. 2, growing experience to deploy zero emission solutions in shipping. Even though we are in the very early phase in decarbonizing shipping, we have already gained valuable experience in our work in Norway on this matter. 3, a complete and innovative maritime cluster, which is now focused on zero emission solutions. Our ship owners are committed, our technology providers are ready, our energy sector are investing, and our financing sector, which is quite big in maritime financing, are steering their capital towards greener investments. And in addition, we have the long experience of the world's largest classification society, which have all the experience in classifications on ships, which is extremely important when you have new solutions entering into shipping. And the 4th element is the most important one, the willingness and tradition to cooperate and join forces with other colleagues and partners in the mission. That is the key to our success.
Excellent. Thank you, Sveinung. I wonder if the technicians can help us with the Mentimeter, because at least I can't see it on my screen. If we need to go to some of the questions asked there. While there it's coming up, and as you can see, panelists, there's a clear front runner. So we'll start with that question, and maybe go from you first now, Sveinung. What would you say is your country's most important policy tool for driving shipping decarbonization?
The most important policy tools we have in Norway are requirements, e.g. in public procurement processes. You need to have clear requirements which the industry can understand, combined with the financing tools for green shipping, including support schemes. That is doing a good job domestically in Norway, and the same elements are needed internationally.
How about you, Kelly? The key policy tools for the US?
Well, for us, I would say really setting clear and ambitious goals for the industry. Making sure that these goals are supported through research, development, deployment, and demonstration institutions through our office, but also across the nation in terms of getting industry involved. We set these clear and ambitious goals for a long-term direction and make that irreversible also through regulations and requirements, as was earlier mentioned. I think it's really a good place to start.
And Rikke, for you, the key policy tools of Denmark and I guess the European Union, through which we also do some of our policies.
Well, if I may just keep it national in the first place, well, I'll say the first tool I would mention would be setting an ambitious target. I mean, the Danish government set a target of being reducing climate emissions by 70% in 2030 compared to 1990, and also being climate neutral in 2050. I think that sets sort of the target. And then I think one of the tools that has been used in order to get initiatives going is the establishment of public-private partnerships, which has been done with 13 major industries in Denmark, and among those has also been the maritime industry. And these partnerships has come with recommendations to the government, with concrete suggestions on what can be done in order to facilitate this transition, which is major. And if I should mention just one or two of these initiatives that has come into life already, is the establishment of the Energy Island, and also the establishment of energy technology development and demonstration program for the maritime industry. So I'd say private-public partnership is an important tool in this transition.
And in a way, I guess you can say that by having this conversation about policies and tools with the industry, you are in a way creating a pre-competitive space where you can all decide to jump together into the maybe deep end of the pool or the cold water, whatever picture you want to frame it like. But in a way, it takes the whole, government and industry together to take that leap of faith into the zero-emission shipping world, so that no one feels that they are at a disadvantage. And I think that's the great point about this mission, and the collaboration also with the value chain, the supply chain that you mentioned, Kelly, but also like you referred to the energy side of it, and Sveinung, you also mentioned sort of the cluster in Norway, in everybody to agree to changing the playing field as you are playing on it, seems to be the really hard part, but also the one that we're well off to. I think we're getting to the end of this segment. Unfortunately, we could have been talking a lot more, and there are more questions also in the Mentimeter. But but we have to wind up. I wonder if there are any final comments. Maybe starting with you, Kelly. Just one last reflection before we close this segment down.
No, only that it's just very exciting to be here today with our partners, and I can already see that we are well on the path of being on the same page, if you will, of public-private partnerships, setting goals, making sure that the rules are clear. I'd just like to add one more thing is, here in the United States, we've also heard from communities that reside in and around these seaports who have been adversely impacted previously by the emissions from these maritime activities. And so we need to ensure that our solutions are also supporting those folks in and around those communities. And that's all I'd like to say. I'm very excited to be embarking upon this with you all.
So we have to bear in mind that it also has to be a people-centered transition.
Absolutely.
Good point to add. Sveinung, any last reflections from Norway?
Let's do it together. Let's cooperate and compete. That's bringing solutions to the world.
Great. And Reike, Copenhagen?
I think shipping being a truly global industry, I think this is the first step towards actually solving the problem, because no country can do this alone, no company can do this alone. So doing it together in this shipping mission, I think that's an important step forwards to show that this is actually feasible. Thank you.
Excellent. And our next panel will, of course, be from the private sector. But with this, thank you very much to Denmark and US and Norway, along with India, Morocco, UK, Singapore, France, Ghana, and South Korea, and the industry co-leads, the Maersk Center, the Global Maritime Forum. Thanks to all of you. And I think we're walking right into the next panel with industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mission Innovation on Shipping. Happy to have you with us. We have, starting from my right, Christopher, you are at least on the screen on my right, and you are the Director of Environmental Management and Chief Sustainability Officer of the Port of Los Angeles. Welcome. Nico De Golia, Director of Global Sustainability and Corporate Citizenship from Crowley, the USA. Welcome, Nico. And finally, Birgitte Vardal, Executive Vice President of Statkraft and a board member of Yara from Norway. Welcome, Birgitte.
Thank you.
Maybe, Chris, starting with you, how can industry support the three pillars of a shipping mission? And you being from a port, you are, of course, one of the essential elements of the value chain of shipping.
Well, first of all, good day, everyone, and it's an honor to be part of supporting this zero-emission shipping mission. It's climate change is, in my opinion, the biggest crisis facing the world today after COVID, and I think we must do everything we can to reduce our carbon footprint. C40 is very interested in, and the Port of Los Angeles are very interested in helping to build this coalition. And what can ports do? We're really a big aggregation of industrial sources. There are a lot of activity associated with ports. And so working with our partners and customers, we can really serve as a test ground for the development of zero emission technologies, and allow them to be demonstrated and deployed in early stages at ports. But one of the things that we do at C40 is it's not just ports. Climate change is a collaboration of around the world. And so planning for goods movement and integration of goods movement, zero emission reduction efforts with other efforts in our society and in our economy are important.
Thank you, Chris. And the leadership of Mayor Garcetti is very much welcome, and your role in bringing on board the ports in the C40 cities is a really strong part of the partnership in this mission, and one that I think everybody is really focused on. So thank you for bringing that to the table. And Nico, a bit the same question to you. what can you do to support the pillars of the mission, and maybe also what is already happening in the space that you're working in that supports this work?
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Thomas, for that question, and thank you to the governments of the US, Denmark, and Norway for hosting this panel. I think that really, the ship operators or the carriers are where the hull meets the water, if you will, right? When we're talking about decarbonizing our activities, we're talking about changing the way that we've been doing what we do for the past 100 years or more, since the introduction of diesel-powered craft. And that's both an exciting and extremely challenging prospect for companies like ours, right? And so in terms of the three pillars of the mission, what we can do to support is be willing to think differently about what it is that we've been doing, be willing to partner with organizations that we traditionally had maybe no or limited relationships with or different relationships with, being able to change the conversation with our customers from one that is purely about suppliers and customer relationships to one that's more partnership oriented to enable us to achieve our goals. And of course, working collaboratively with our government partners at all different scales of government, whether it's ports like Christopher's Port, whether it's the state of California or other states in the United States, or whether it's nations around the world. We at Crowley think about our sustainability and the decarbonization journey of our assets at all three stages of life. At inception, where we're working at developing zero carbon technologies or vessels that can operate on zero carbon energies from the get-go. We recently announced the development of a zero carbon electric powered tugboat that'll be delivered to the port of San Diego in a couple of years' time. And we're thinking about that across the different types of assets that we have, from the very small to the very large, because we need to think, like was mentioned in the previous panel, not just about deep sea, but about the entire ecosystem of shipping when we're talking about decarbonization. We're also thinking about the current assets that we have, and the United States is particular with the Jones Act. We have much longer operating lifetimes for our assets, and so we have vessels that have been in operation for a number of years and will continue to be in operation for a number of years to come. And that's where we need to work with our partners on decarbonizing the energy that we can leverage in our existing fleets to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement.
Great, Nico. And that's a great segue to Brigitte, who's from you represent, I guess, both an energy company, but also an off-taker of shipping, with Yara being one of the world's largest fertilizer producers. But before coming to you, Brigitte, could we just get the Mentimeter on the screen to see how the questions are doing for this panel? Can you share it? Can you share it with us? Here it comes. And the leading question right now is, what is the key to making sure shipping decarbonization doesn't cost too much? So panel, once we've heard Brigitte's intervention, we'll come back to these questions and see which one is leading. But for the time being, it's the question of cost. So Chris and Nico, you can maybe already reflect on that one. Coming back to Brigitte, what do you think you can do to support the mission pillars? What's happening in your space? What excites you about the launch today? Please.
Thank you for the introduction. What excites me a lot is that I worked 15 years in shipping, and now I'm working in the renewable industry, providing a fuel to shipping industry. So that's a great combination. Statkraft, the company I work for, is Europe's largest producer of renewable energy, active across hydropower, wind power, and solar. We believe that in order to decarbonize in accordance with the Paris Agreement, hydrogen and hydrogen fuels are key to the transition, not only in shipping, but also other heavy transport. And it's impossible to get there without these fuels. I'm also, having set the ambitious targets of 50%, will need the zero emission vessels. So what can we do? Statkraft is working on 2 green ammonia projects, 1 green methanol project, several hydrogen projects, and also a biofuel project. So we are in the early stage of developing various types of green fuels. And what we produce in Norway, based on that our energy production is almost 100% renewable, implicitly the fuels will also be green. However, it is difficult to compete with the current fuel based on the current pricing. And here we need the cooperation with the governments. There are several ways, both on regulations and public tenders. For instance, the Norwegian government have required zero-emission ferries in their public tenders. Also, you can have some covering of cost and securing, for instance, a contract of difference for the CO2 price or for the revenue, in order to reduce some of the uncertainty and bridge the gap in the early phase for the investors. And then I think you will see private investors coming in. I also think IMO can assist themselves by setting clear targets and demand. Shipping is a global industry, so what is key is that everyone has to act according to the same framework, because then you are all competing on the same field. And what is a large cost for the ship owner or the charterer as such is, if you look per the goods transported, a quite low cost.
So in a way, by setting a more ambitious target, the IMO can help create that level playing field that will then also drive innovation and the cost setting in the industry. Yes. That's a great point, Birgitte. But let's just look at the Mentimeter and see which question is in the lead, and then turn to you. It is indeed still this question of cost. What is the key to making sure shipping decarbonization doesn't cost too much? And maybe taking that question and turning to you, Nico, what is there anything else than just relying on governments doing the right thing at the IMO? What if they don't?
Yeah, I think that that's a great question, and the question of cost is one that comes up all of the time. So there are multiple strategies that we can leverage. One is having a clear roadmap from the national level that's coordinated internationally to ensure that we're all singing from the same songbook in terms of the direction of travel for the solutions that are going to help us achieve our climate targets. Whether that's hydrogen or methanol or ammonia, we need to be moving the ball forward on the infrastructure development at both ends of the journey for the vessels, given that it's a global industry. So we need to have that coordinated approach. The second thing that we can do is partner with our customers in a way that we haven't partnered before, to enable them to understand that if we're to work together to achieve the goals of the climate accord in Paris, we need to share in the risks and in the rewards associated with the development of these new technologies. And finally, leveraging government assistance to help us de-risk new technologies and ensure that we don't have stranded assets in the future is what's going to help the industry make the transition that we're talking about here today.
And Chris, as a port and city that operates ports, what can you do to cut costs if governments don't help you, if governments don't change global agreements and frameworks?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, really, you've got new technologies here that are being deployed. I mean, these are things that are not currently operating on ships and in the maritime industry. And so really development and deployment of technologies, testing, basically technology development and testing in order to get this technology to be beyond a nascent stage. And then the costs will come down as technology is deployed and becomes more common. But we as a port can help to serve as a testing ground, as a place where this technology can be applied. The Port of Los Angeles has a duty cycle that's one of the most difficult duty cycles. Crowley knows this, and we operate a lot of cargo. So testing and deployment of this technology at the ports is a big thing. And all the C40 ports working together can help to share data and find a way to essentially demonstrate to manufacturers like Crowley that there's a market. And it's not just in one location, that it's around the world.
And of course, port infrastructure is key to both the shipping, loading, unloading, offloading, the energy connection, and everything else. Without port infrastructure, nothing works. But Birgitte, you said initially that you work on shipping, but now you're actually in a green energy space. And of course, with Statkraft, you are in a green energy company. But you know, for the past 10 years, when you've asked economists, they would tell us, set a price on carbon and that will solve it. Well, we haven't had a price on carbon, but still we're at the cusp of a global green transformation, revolution, disruption, even in energy. So somehow we've managed to come this far despite not having a price on carbon. But what do you think about the cost issue here? Is the IMO solution the only one, or can we also move ahead at speed without the IMO creating that level playing field?
Well, I think, for instance, in Norway, the politicians have put a cost on carbon, and it is increasing towards 2030. So you know what the path is, and what one of the problems is, of course, that if you're not putting a cost on the carbon, the clean solution are competing with a cheaper solution. So it's difficult to get that transition. In addition, getting to scale faster. Some of these technologies are new, and we've seen in solar that driving the cost down with scale. And we believe the same can happen with electrolyzers producing green hydrogen, for instance. Another element which was mentioned is building the whole value chain to de-risk. So there is a lot of different elements into this. Only in the EU, there are 10 new hydrogen strategies in 2020. So we are getting there. But obviously, the cost will help. And stranded assets is another element. If you look at the ordering in deep sea shipping these days, it's very, very small relative to what it has been. And even the rates are quite good at the moment in many segments. And the risk of sort of which fuel are you going to choose, which technology are you going to choose, that's a big element at the moment. So we also need to make sure that the technologies, the engines, etc., are tested, that they are proven, so that the ship owners can start ordering vessels with the future technology included.
But it also seems that if the port, the ship owners, the ship builders, the fuel producers, the ports, if everybody agrees to the new standards, then even despite a global agreement at the IMO, you can still move the playing field by simply agreeing to a different set of ways of playing. A bit like the global car industry seems to be agreeing now on an end date for the combustion engine around 2035, with the major US car makers making that announcement, the UK moving in that direction, France, and maybe something similar could happen in shipping in this mission innovation. If all the governments who are in here agree on the net zero target, then maybe they can move that market along with the industry and everyone else. And at least I think that is the ambition for the mission as it is laid out. I understand.
And starting with the customer to drive the change.
Exactly.
I think that's critical.
We are running low on time, but maybe ask each of you for a final comment. Maybe starting with you, Birgitte.
I think it's a great opportunity that we are in at the moment, and combining, as you say, all the partners in the value chain. We have the technology, so we just need to get over the tipping point to get there.
Great. Chris, any final reflections from you?
Just that we need to have a comprehensive decarbonization plan that involves all different sectors. And that way we can focus technology development we talked about. You can identify key infrastructure. You mentioned that. You can target grants and other incentives to focus and also coordinate these efforts amongst all the parties. That really has to happen. And it has to happen not just in the United States, but it's around the world. And that's one of the things C40 wants to do, but other global organizations, other representatives in this group today can be a part of that discussion.
Great. And Nico, back to you.
Yeah, I agree with I agree with what was said by both Chris and Brigitte, but I would just add that this is such an exciting time to be in our industry. It's a time where we can align together the purpose, our purpose as people on this planet, to do what we do differently, to innovate, to disrupt, and to create a more just and sustainable ecosystem in our industry for everyone. And doing that will inspire innovative thinkers and leaders to come and join us if we have that clear direction of travel that we keep talking about, that's coordinated at the international level. If everyone can come on board with the shipping industry and say, hey, we want to work to decarbonize the way that 90% of our goods are transported around the world, it will happen. We have the technical know-how. We just need to have that clear direction of travel and an ambitious coalition like in Mission Innovation to get it done. So really excited to be here today. And thanks again to everyone for joining.
Thank you very much, Chris Cannon, Nico de Golia, Brigitte Wartdal. I think with this, we're coming to the end of our session today. And I would just say on a personal note, I maybe should have said that when I introduced myself at the beginning, but a few years ago, I was on leave from the Danish government. I worked for a variety of people, including on a project called Friends of Ocean Action. And I was part of the very first workshop that was hosted by Prince Albert of Monaco at the aquarium in Monte Carlo, where we, in a small group, discussed the possibility of setting up a global initiative on shipping to be part of pushing on ocean action. And it's incredible in the less than 3 years since that conversation, how far this whole space has come, both with the Mission Innovation on shipping now being launched, with the Getting to Zero coalition, with the the whole value chain stepping up. It just shows that once you, that a good idea that many people have at the same time can actually lead to action and to change the world. And I think truly with this launch, we're off to a very exciting change of the whole industry. With that, I want again to thank our panelists for the contributions, the organizers of the Mission Innovation Net Zero Summit launch of this initiative, the activities that took place this afternoon, to the audience for listening. And it will really be exciting now to have the ministerial tomorrow where the various tracks will be launched, and there will be that high-level commitment and discussion, and then we're really off to the race, to zero, for Glasgow and beyond. And with that, I think I'll just thank you all for listening and being part of this event, and say good night, good morning, have a nice day wherever you are. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Wow, it's so good to see like shipping and aviation being brought in now to the mix, right? It shows that we are tackling the tough stuff, don't you think?
Well, absolutely, and it's impressive to see so much public-private partnership with all these ambitious goals. So definitely, yeah, we're heading towards the end, but it's been massive.
Okay, and to be honest, we've barely scratched the surface, even though we've been here, it feels like several hours. But just as we now close, there's a couple more messages I think that are key to sort of highlight. You talk about public-private partnership, and that's been a theme of today and Mission Innovation since the beginning. So in this closing segment, I want to draw attention again to this breakthrough energy catalyst. We heard Bill Gates talk a bit about it, but now we have a video just explaining a bit more about what that is with the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and Bill Gates. Let's hear what they have to say about the breakthrough energy catalyst.
The European Green Deal is our blueprint for Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. It implies much more than cutting emissions. It strives for systemic change and modernization across our economy, our societies and industry. Of course, energy transition is at its heart, and this is why I warmly welcome the opportunity to join forces with Breakthrough Energy. We want to support European companies and innovators to reap the benefits of emission-reducing technologies. Climate action is not only a challenge, it is also a great opportunity for our economies and societies. Innovation is key to the success of the European Green Deal, not only to create new markets and new jobs, but to accelerate the uptake of promising deep tech green solutions. We in the European Commission want to mobilize investment in new and transforming industries. And we would like to do it together with Breakthrough Energy.
I am excited to announce a new partnership between Breakthrough Energy and the European Commission. The Commission and the EU have been leading the world in a fundamental understanding. We need innovation, not just in the technologies that will help us avoid a climate disaster, but in how the public and private sectors partner to bring those technologies to scale. I've created Breakthrough Energy Catalyst, a first of its kind innovative finance vehicle designed to rapidly commercialize critical climate smart technologies to help mobilize the private sector to take new approaches to building markets for the emerging clean energy technologies that the world needs. To succeed in preventing the climate crisis, the world will need a new approach to building global industries. This is the greatest opportunity for innovation the world has ever seen. The upside is tremendous. If we invest now in the building blocks for this industrial and energy revolution, we will create jobs around the world, build sustainable global industries, and expand opportunities to billions. But this kind of rapid change takes courage. By blending commitments from philanthropists, governments, and leading companies, we can build this infrastructure to bring these premiums down while helping markets orient around new, clean products.
The Catalyst program is targeting the technologies we need for Europe to become carbon neutral. A Team Europe approach is the way forward to finance projects of this nature and magnitude. We want to deploy InvestEU with the European Investment Bank and I hope national financial partners. And on top, InvestEU allows member states to mobilize funds, for example, from EU programs like Next Generation EU. In Europe, we're lucky to have a wealth of scientists and innovators leading the way to decarbonization. We just need to help them to bring their ideas to the market. Bold action across the industries will bolster our recovery effort. To keep the advantage, we have to master and deploy these technologies early in Europe. This is essential to build industries and sustainable jobs, and I'm confident that through our new partnership today, we can leverage even more private funding. This will help us to match our ambitions and our efforts and to finance even more sustainable solutions.
Europe will be a strong partner because of its early and consistent commitment to climate, as well as its long-standing science, engineering, and technology leadership. Through this partnership, Europe can now lay solid groundwork for a new approach to fueling planes and storing grid-scale clean electricity, while also establishing processes for financing the promise of green hydrogen to power large parts of our industrial economy. The program will build projects in each of these domains over the next few years, but the partnership will also be a platform for much more. As technologies mature, Catalyst will be able to finance their commercial demonstration and give them the best chance to compete by getting them on a productive learning curve. We'll never reach our climate goals if we don't commercialize these technologies, and quickly. The only way to do that is by working together, as Breakthrough Energy and the European Commission are setting out to do today. I look forward to some amazing projects that will allow us to achieve our climate goals.
We aim to formalize this partnership between the European Union and the Catalyst Programme at COP26 in Glasgow. We all know by now that we have to act bold and fast. And together, we can achieve our green goals to the benefit of people and businesses.
Wow. We should say thank you to both President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and Bill Gates. I said at the beginning, Claudio, I was at Mission Innovation, the launch, and the first ministerial. And it's really interesting, and where we talked a bit about Breakthrough Energy and how it's going to work with the platform, Mission Innovation. So it's really encouraging to listen to that. It feels like it's really getting to the next level. But we're at the closing. We're at the final hurdle. I can't believe we've made it this far, Claudio. What are your sort of main thoughts or your main takeaways from today?
Well, first of all, that we are at a turning point. So if you look at the first phase, I mean, what it has been in the last 5 years, that $18 billion of additional investment in energy innovation were available. That's really huge. We have to think that we're right here looking back at what these past 5 years were, and adding to that 8 member countries doubled their clean energy innovation investments, and 4 more increased it more by 75%. That's really a great success for the first phase. But that's the first phase. And of course, all the commitments we've seen from governments, from the private sector, for now on, for the second phase, deliver a decade of innovation to make clean energy solutions affordable, attractive, and accessible to all, has been, of course, the big highlight here. And the launch of exciting international ventures. I mean, the hydrogen mission, a goal to reduce end-to-end costs to clean hydrogen to $2 per kilogram by 2030. The power mission, with a goal to demonstrate the potential to integrate up to 100% of variable renewable energy by 2030 in technological terms and software and market design, what that means. And finally, the shipping mission, of course, with a goal for ships making up to 5% of the global fleet to run on zero emission fuels by 2030. That's massive. And of course, the innovation platform to build trust, confidence in all these emerging clean energy solutions with insights, collaboration, and accelerating the solutions towards the market. The important thing, these are not just goals. I mean, they're backed with commitments we've seen from governments, and including them with the national innovation pathway. So I'm very, very, as I said, I'm an optimist. And I'd like to hear from you. What are your highlights, Claire?
Wow. I definitely feel like it's gone to the next level. I can detect a shift in the narrative. We heard from Ursula von der Leyen. We're not just talking about clean energy systems or coal phase out or energy transition. We're talking about climate neutral economies. That is a massive shift. But I'm an optimist, but as I said at the beginning, I have to ground myself in the science. And the purpose here is to cut emissions. So the proof is in the pudding. This is Mission Innovation 2.0. I really hope if we're back in 4 or 5 years, ministers that made the commitments today have delivered. And it's up to all of us, I think, to hold them to account, because we have to cut the emissions, right? This is the name of the game. But I am very hopeful, very excited. And the centrality of decarbonizing energy systems and making solutions available for everybody, I think is the key takeaway from me. And I'm really excited to see where it goes from here. A number of speakers have talked about COP26 and this being the year of ambition, and COP26 being a big gateway, another gateway, as is today, to the next decade, decade of innovation. We've heard today, continued international collaboration and cooperation. We heard ministers say we've got to do this together. We can cooperate and compete. But also COP26 is a gateway to the next decade of deep decarbonization. And so to tell us a bit about the plans for COP26, We are thrilled to be joined in our next video by COP President Alok Sharma. Let's hear from him.
Excellencies, friends, it's a pleasure to join you today, and thank you to the Government of Chile for hosting these ministerials. Around the world, ambition is increasing on climate change. When the UK took on the COP26 presidency, less than 30% of global GDP was covered by net zero targets. That figure is now 70%. And every G7 country now has a short-term emissions reductions target, or NDC, that puts them on a path to net zero. That, of course, is fantastic news, but there is much, much more to be done if we are to make those targets a reality and keep the 1.5 degree goal within reach. And so we need all governments to come forward with net zero targets and nationally determined contributions based on the science to take them there. And we need countries to commit to take action to make these targets a reality, including putting an end to coal power and phasing out the sale of polluting vehicles. But as well as taking action individually, we need to work together. Because if we collaborate across borders and across society, we can make progress faster by increasing incentives for investment, innovating faster, and creating economies of scale. The recent International Energy Agency report on reaching net zero by 2050 underscores the benefits of collaboration. It states unequivocally that without international cooperation, and I quote, the transition to net zero emissions would be delayed by decades. And so, as part of our efforts to put the world on a path to net zero and keep 1.5 degrees alive, the UK COP26 presidency is enhancing international collaboration in critical sectors like power, like transport and land use. We've established the Energy Transition Council to support just clean energy transitions in developing countries, and a rapid response facility to provide countries with immediate technical assistance. And we have announced a Green Grids initiative with India. On clean transport, we've established the COP26 Zero Emission Vehicles Transition Council, bringing together governments representing some of the world's largest car markets to get that transition moving faster. And we are co-hosting the Forest, Agriculture and Commodity Trade Dialogue with Indonesia to protect forests and help farmers make a better living. Globally, we must build on this approach and create strong forums for collaboration around each of the main emitting sectors. Working together to innovate and create demand and bring new technologies to market must be a major part of those efforts. And here, Mission Innovation and the Climate Energy Ministerial play a vital role. So it is a real pleasure to celebrate the launch of the next phase of Mission Innovation today, and its 3 new missions, which see governments and business come together to make clean hydrogen competitive, to get zero-emission ships sailing across our oceans, and to enable countries to transition to 100% renewable power. The UK is pleased to lead on power and hydrogen together with our partners. And I urge governments and private sector to join each of these new missions, to take action to reach their goals, and to bring forward action plans and new missions at COP26. I'm also pleased that the CEM will play an increased role in developing markets for clean technologies. The UK intends to double its funding for this next phase, and we welcome the launch of the CEM Industrial Decarbonisation Initiative by India and the UK yesterday, which will coordinate public procurement of green steel and cement, using government's purchasing power to create demand in those industries where decarbonisation poses the greatest challenges. Demand that ultimately markets can fill. We must sustain such approaches over the next vital decade and place collaboration at the heart of our efforts to reduce emissions, working together to drive action in each of the main emitting sectors and to put the world on a path to net zero, to keep 1.5 degrees alive and to protect our planet for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, COP President. I can't wait for COP26 and for all these campaigns to happen. So, Claudio, I think we're wrapping up now. I just want to say, like, we talked a bit about the backdrops, right? I stand here and look out this big window. There's buildings, there's cars, there's people. And when I hear all these commitments, right, and campaigns and everything, I look out the window and I want to see these come to fruition out here, right? So, it's been interesting to hear a lot about today and the campaigns, and I can't wait to see all of these new technologies and solutions be developed and deployed. So, final words. Let's land this plane. What do you have to say?
Oh, I think I only have to say thank you, and we have a lot of expectations. Now it's time to deliver, and it's definitely a time to thank also everyone that has joined us today, everyone from the backstage team, to thank you, Claire, to have the privilege to go on with this journey. I look forward for toasting for the success of Mission Innovation here in Chile, and it's been just impressive. And
it's been a real pleasure, and I can't wait to meet you in person one day. But I think we should, before we just close out, I think we should say a few thank yous to the team that put all this together. I mean, thank you to everybody watching at home. But today, this marathon task, which has been pulled off with few technical glitches, it's pretty unbelievable. And I think we've got to thank the Mission Innovation Secretariat team, led by Jenny Dodson, Sharon Kearney, a long list of names, bear with me for a minute. I think Helen, Julie, Danielle, Marika, Steph, all the mission co-leads and MI members, Patrick Child, Drew and Javier, and also the producer and the man that brought all this together, I think, Thomas Rollison, and the production team that pulled this off without a glitch. It's pretty impressive. So it sounds a bit like the Oscars. I should also thank my mum, I guess. But Claudio, it's been a pleasure. I can't wait to the next time.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you, Claire. And I now thank you and like to leave the final words for our host, the Chilean Energy Minister, Juan Carlos Llobet, to close. And with that, I also say goodbye. So goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
We have heard throughout the day ambitious announcements and inspiring initiatives that will comprise the central work of Mission Innovation and its members and collaborating organizations over the next decade. This decade of innovation is the foundation that we need in order to realistically pursue each of our individual pathways to net zero emissions as soon as possible. While each path will be different, the end goal is the same: to dramatically reduce our greenhouse gas emissions throughout our economies, transforming the very industries and sectors that both powered and polluted our economies into the engines for clean energy and growth. Mission Innovation, in its second phase, will be one of the crucial vectors in which concrete action and outcomes are realized. Chile is proud to be a member of this intergovernmental platform for clean energy innovation to address climate change, and it's honored to be hosting it as it launches its second ambitious phase. Its importance in the global landscape of climate action is clear for many high-level leaders, experts, and innovators we have heard from today. My thanks to all for their thoughtful contributions and inspiring efforts. This is the beginning of a renewed effort and hope on climate action. As we know, it takes a village, so my sincere thanks to all those who have worked so hard in this community to bring us here today and who will launch us with revitalized enthusiasm into the next decade of climate action and innovation. Thank you.